Enjoy it.
Well,
Thank you.
hello, you two. Welcome to session 53 with a very late apple because trains are dicks.
Understandable, yes.
Yeah.
Such a missed opportunity. Cassius has died. We're moving on without him.
Rocks falls, he dies. Okay.
Yeah. Case of lethal downtime. It happens. It's rare, but it happens.
Who knows what he's been doing in the last 2 days?
I mean, some people didn't make it through session 0. What can we say?
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
very
yeah.
true.
True?
Minus one. Session 0.
Session -1. Didn't even make it to session 0.
Yeah.
I mean, technically, character-wise, 2 died.
Yes.
Persons-wise, 1 died. So.
That's true, yeah.
Yeah.
But anyway, please, you two, roll me dice.
Let's see how my luck holds up today.
Oh,
Medium.
mediocre.
Yeah.
Obviously, as I have the worst notes, it's my turn.
Murphy's Law, yeah.
That's it.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, I'm happy to help out whenever you need.
That's going to be most of it, Lena. Yeah, last session was a bit strange in that there was stuff going on, but then there was also a lot of stuff talked about OOC. So my notes are all over the place because of that.
Well, start with the beginning.
I will start with the start, and we'll see how far we get.
Yeah.
So we started in the safe house, 9 a.m., 19th of heat. Cassius wakes up first to Layla knocking at the door. There's a brief conversation.
That happened to
and
OC, yeah.
Cassius begins to struggle to filch the stone from Samira. Hilariously rolling terribly, however, Samira didn't wake up because her passive when asleep is absolutely dire.
It's getting better. It's getting better.
But it's currently still dire. Vieira was semi-conscious watching all of this go on and chose to remain quiet with a slight grin on her face. But remains sleeping, per se. Samira wakes up a few minutes later after Cassius has left with the stone and Layla. And obviously roused by the disturbance, presumably, and then has a brief conversation with Vieira. Well, brief, not brief, I guess. We spoke a bit. We made plans for the day, which included, and I've just got bullet points for this, going to speak to Kyan about the Oracle. About the
yep, exactly, to the Oracle to make another deal.
We talked about the Gorgon's place as well because he wanted details of like how the rich live, essentially. And we spoke to him a bit about how we could learn some thieves' cant. And he then started shuffling a Japanese rock garden in a tray and drawing symbols for us, explaining what they were, but in a way that wasn't obvious to anyone else listening in.
Or looking, rather.
Or looking, yeah. I've just got Samira very bored.
Yeah.
During this part of it. That was kind of, I think that was the predominant thing that came out of that, apart from something delight. I've forgotten what it's called, if I'm honest.
Wow.
You could scroll up, probably not very far. Darstan Delight. There we go.
I knew it was something with a D.
Yeah. Everyone likes the D. So, Darstan Delight was had by Lena. And Samira. I think
Lena would gladly have one too.
I think Lena was tasting it. As much as she could imagine tasting it, because I get the impression it's very much one of your favorites too.
Yes.
Yeah, there we go. We then went to the Deadly Door to pick up some messages. There were 2, I believe. There was a sealed scroll with the inquisitorial stamp on it, which we all assumed was a booby trap. And it was in a nutshell, if I'm honest.
Well, no, it didn't explode. Thank you very much.
No, but it was a booby trap in a different kind of way. So there was that message, and am I right in saying Viera got her messages about her property being found and like next
Yeah,
preparations?
it's on the calendar, so it
Yeah.
should be, yeah.
Yeah.
Since you're skipping a bit ahead, let me just roll back a couple hours earlier where Cassius and Layla came back in and we had a conversation with Layla.
Oh yeah, completely blindsided there.
Yep.
Yeah, we had a conversation with her about basically setting the facts straight that
what kind of deal it was
Yeah.
and all that kind of stuff to do with who would get the 4 pieces of the map sextant,
Exactly.
etc. And
So that
how.
So that we have the map, she maybe in the future wants to buy it off of us or just get some sort of deal to, because her goal is to bring the 4 artifacts to her employer. So that's she let us know that she will not stop pursuing that in any way at all.
Yeah.
And also encouraged us to get us the same pendants as Viera has.
That's right. That funnily enough comes into the next point on my list. Amulets of proof against detection and location, which were obviously purchased for Samira and Cassius, and the guy was a little bit exasperated because he'd literally just finished it. And then we said, okay, but we do actually want one more, so can we pre-order one, please?
It's actually not a guy, by the way.
Okay.
Hello.
Hello.
The best thing is Discord blocks all sounds while I'm like running OBS. So I just had like
sudden
Abel appearing on the couch, right?
Just bam.
He just poofed in. Yeah, that's it. Teleported onto the couch.
You know the sound that Viera makes when she like transforms back into things, and it does this.
Nice.
Yeah. Pop.
That one. Pop.
Welcome back, Abel.
If only I could teleport. That would
save you a train journey, wouldn't it?
That would be amazing.
Understandable. I would like to do the same too.
How's everyone?
All good.
Good. Chris is doing a recap.
The kitty is all fine.
He's as good as can be. On potentially will be all right. I've got to keep an eye on it. So
yeah. If any time during the session you need to jump out, just do it.
No, he should be okay. He's drinking and eating tiny amounts of eating, but lots of drinking, which is the important thing. So he was just very dehydrated, which is why I have to keep an eye on him. So, but we shan't digress through the recap.
You were
much.
talking about the merchant that you got the amulets from. You have her in the character vault. It's Nisasve.
Her aesthetic is incredible. Let me just say that.
Female owner of the Arcane Procurement. That's the shop name. And yes, she has a bird sitting on her shoulder.
I love her aesthetic.
I just thought that was like a dead one wrapped around her forehead. the wings across her forehead.
That too.
Yeah. It's delightfully macabre.
Does the one on her shoulder not fear her losing her hat?
No.
And becoming the replacement.
The next one, yeah.
But yeah. Okay, so
you also, of course, but I mentioned this before, you get Gorgon vibes from her as well.
Yeah,
that's why you have a snake there.
That's it. Yeah. Okay. So we got the 2 amulets from her, pre-ordered another. And I think the next thing on the list was we were heading over to the notary for the registration stuff because Samira had to do some registrations and we kind of parted ways, I think, at this point. With Cassius and Viera choosing to spend the afternoon relaxing in a bistro cafe on the high street, practicing a letter. So that she could write the letter to her property contact saying, meet me tomorrow morning, first thing. Viera then got a runner, paid them extra money to deliver the message and return, telling me they'd delivered the message. And then you were just doing the registrations, weren't you, Samira?
Yep.
That was like your afternoon, basically.
Yep.
The next thing I've got is that we all return to have a quick conversation with Samira about the scroll, and then we read the Inquisition's scroll.
Yep.
I say we royally. Viera didn't. I think it was Samira who read the scroll to us.
Yeah, aloud, yeah.
Technically, yeah. The next thing whatever, I think that was the end of that day.
Mm-hmm.
Possibly. The next thing I've got written down is that Samira gets up and has an awkward conversation with Bishop Liedegard. She offers.
Liebegard.
Oh, is it Liebegard? That was from memory. Hey, I got most of it right. Considering I started off calling her Bishop because that's what I thought her name was.
I mean, it is her title, yeah.
Yep. So she's Bishop. That's a tongue twister. Bishop.
No. She is Bishop Arda Liebegard.
Is this some crazy German word for bishop?
Yeah.
It is.
Right. Okay.
It's not that crazy, but yeah.
It's just the letter at the end is changed.
There we go then. Anyway, Samira had an awkward conversation with Bishop Liebegard. She offers to arrange purchase of the map. Shinny is about to strangle me. She has a file on all of us and obviously knows about our registrations and knows when they're due and how much is paid and all the rest of it. Samira is very neutral in all of her responses and just says that any of the questions she's not happy answering, says she will pass the information on to Viera, who purchased the map, obviously.
Yeah. Which thankfully I am not.
Yes, so to be fair, fair. So you, as a result of this, Bishop Liebegard agrees that you will get access to the Celestial Archives anyway.
For 8 hours.
Which will be on the 21st of Heat from 9 a.m. until 5 p.m.
Mm-hmm.
I've just got Viera pays for everything that's going on in the background, and that's all kicked off and started. And then everyone saw how much money I deducted from my group stash bank account.
Let me just say, you're not the only one who's poor right now.
Well, yeah, I'm not poor.
No,
so
he's not.
It's all good. Don't worry about it.
Yeah.
So that's basically where my notes end. I do know that we then roughly kicked off the time skippy whippy part.
We went through the majority of it in rough.
Yeah, there's a lot of discussion about OC, what people are doing. The only thing I do remember that wasn't written down was that there was a perception check versus a stealth check. And Cassius tanked it, and Viera absolutely nailed it.
Wow.
So Viera has been stalking Cassius around the city because that is basically training both of what we are training.
Yeah. And you guys started training like 2 to 1 days earlier.
2 days before, yeah. So
OC-wise,
we finish on the 31st, I believe.
30th.
You finish on the 33rd. It was 30th and 32nd.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
Right.
I only could start on the 23rd because of the 22nd and everything with the archive.
Yep.
So,
so we all leveled to level 6. We all took another level in a class.
Yeah. Do you want me? I assume you want me to recap what Samira learned and told the others in the archive?
Yes, let's do a quick recap of the time skippy whippy so we know everyone is on board on what everyone has been doing because, Cassius has been gone.
Well, I would do archives first because that happens first and then time skippy whippy second, I would say.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, to make it quick and easy, St. Hildegard, through Seoul, traveled with the help of an unknown friend of hers with the artifacts. And we learned that there were 10 steps, 10 trials, she said, that she only got through 3 of them. And it already very much healed and strengthened her physically, that part. And, there's the 10 trials that lead to the one door, which leads to a final challenge. So the 12 steps, quote unquote, keys. We learned that, and those basically unlock the Tree of Life. And other information she did not very much include during her writings because she didn't want to do any tricking of perceptions because everything would be very personal to the one doing the trials and everything. And yeah,
it would be a disservice to describe it because then you might do your trials based on the wrong assumption and then fail because of that.
Exactly. Yeah.
There was also something about if you're together in a group, it's a group trial.
Yeah, it's more personal to all than to one.
Yeah.
If you go alone. Yeah. That was about it.
There was also that the unknown friend helped her because of a
with
person.
copper hair.
Of course. Yeah, because he got reminded.
Yeah, it reminded him of a person, that is or used to be similar to her in sentiment and in looks.
The real question is, did Samira share all of this?
Yeah, that I all shared. I remember us having a discussion about if it being perhaps the red-haired woman in under the water. We had that discussion.
And this is where I want to continue into Samira's time skippy whippy because she has received a gift from Fabian.
Yes.
Very soon after.
She would have shared with you guys that she got a copy of a portrait of Saint Hildegard, which is in the character vault. And yeah, we got the frail, pale, and ginger-haired Saint Hildegard there.
That portrait was actually fully framed, so I'm gonna give you all the picture if, assuming that Samira is sharing it.
Well, you say you're sharing it. Let's establish that. Well, Samira and I have already established that Viera and Samira have spoken at least a little bit during the time skippy whippy. Where has Cassius been, and has he been AWOL completely, or has he been talking to us occasionally?
Occasionally. I mean, there was always the get-together in the
For
evening
dinner.
in the deadly door.
Yes.
Okay. So we're still doing that as part of the time skippy whippy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. And there was also there was a point of communication at some point because Cassius also related about his experience with communicating with the sun and how that wasn't working. And then I was like, okay, you should try this and this and this. All right, let's do it. And then he told about the experience. I think of everything.
If I remember correctly, that was like the very last night, right?
Yeah.
Like that.
Yeah. Correct.
Yeah.
Okay. Because the 29th, 30th, and 31st of Heat, Viera is not around at all. Just so you know.
Yeah, it would have been on 33rd, so.
Right, so that's the last night of your training, then.
I don't know where, because we said we're picking up on the 34th, and I assume the last night would be the 33rd, unless it's different.
Yeah, well, I would be back. Would have been 33rd,
I'm back on the 32nd, so
yeah.
Okay.
I'm around for that. Okay,
yeah.
Just wanted to establish timelines on some of those things.
So, Cass's time skippy whippy was mostly wandering around the city, as far as I know, and trading, observing, and spending then having dinner with you all guys, with you all. Oh my God, language. And then spending the nights with Layla.
Yep.
Layla was part of the dinners as well, right? She insisted on that.
I'm assuming there's no news in the 12 days of training from Layla about anything.
Abahira is prepping the ritual according to Layla's instructions, or the instructions she had from her employer. And they are also looking for, she's also divining a location where they can perform it undisturbed. And that's, you haven't gotten an update yet on whether it has been found.
Okay.
Yeah, what's also been shared between Samira and Viera is the talk about the shops, assortment that she had with Cayenne. So that's also been a part the last couple days. And yeah.
Yeah, Cayenne is not interested in mundane things at all. Yeah. He is only interested in what specific enchantment things you can offer. So that's the stuff that he would readily either purchase himself or have people sent over to you guys to purchase it.
Yeah, we have an enchanter, thankfully, that custom orders there can be made for that.
And he also gives a general recommendation to also maybe make a deal with Nisaswe, right? So you're not competing.
Well, now that I know that she's part Gorgon, because
Yeah.
I didn't pick up on that last week, then we will go and speak to her at some point, but haven't yet.
Yeah.
So the shop's nowhere near opening it yet anyway. It's like 3-4 weeks away minimum. So anyway, So Viera's time skippy whippy involves trailing Cassius around the city for 9 days.
Yeah.
Being creep, all right.
That included, by the way, somewhere towards the end before Viera disappeared for a few days. Cassius, by the way, being approached by a certain very big boobed elf.
Oof.
What?
Oof.
Yep.
What?
Yep.
This is new to him. Layla is not going to be pleased.
It's during the day, and then being whisked away. So here for a reminder on how she looks. Wait, let me.
We've all seen how she looks.
How scandalous she comports herself. Scandalous.
Let me also kick off. Tranquil atmosphere is shivering there. It's nice.
Oh, and don't everyone forget, you guys have the shared pocket now, so the group fund is in there.
Excellent.
Oh, perfect. Oh, yeah.
I adjusted the biography for Pocket of Holding with the group fund in there, so you guys can reduce from that.
So, Miss Amalia Graf, who will very nonchalantly hook her arm into Cassius's arm and then whisk him off to a cafe to have a nice conversation about whether she can purchase the cylinder off of him.
Right. Okay. I mean, he'll be pleasant enough, but keeping his distance. And
she is very flirty, right?
Mm-hmm.
So she's very obviously trying to use her female charms, which there are plenty of. Oh my god.
The female wiles. What a seductress.
Yeah. Plenty of them right there. Big, too big. You know what
assets.
I mean. Yeah. Assets. Yeah. Thank you.
Backbreaking assets. Yeah.
Basically, he'll just play it off, not make any attempt at flirting back at all, and he's pretty adamant that he just wants to keep it. And he's not interested in selling right now.
She will toss in, considering you're an outsider, that she works for an organization, a local organization, that can help outsiders like you, especially within or potentially against. Like she lowers her voice so like only you can hear it. Against Bohemian bodies of government.
What kind of organization? What's the name? What name does she tell me?
Well, she doesn't tell you anything because it's not like very publicly, known. It's very hush hush. But the creed serves to locate and aid individuals considered to be sometimes illegal mages or sometimes finding themselves on the wrong side, unjustly so, of law. And they help people who feel restricted in their magical freedoms, and help those being persecuted for basically being different and misunderstood. Of course, the sentiment is not only focused on mages, but also extends most towards others who are hunted for whatever reason or race they were born as, such as spirits, and she gestures towards you, outsiders. So she absolutely knows you are not from this realm, right?
Yeah, clearly.
But overall, they seek to resist the oppression of those who are different, and of course, sometimes it requires more extreme measures to accomplish.
Damn.
But basically, she makes a deal of like, I'll scratch your hand, you know, your back, you can scratch mine, as in like, I can get you into a powerful organization in return for the tube.
All right. Again, I will thank her for the offer and keep it in mind if I should require her services, but otherwise,
She
I'm
will
good
pull
for
from
now.
her cleavage a card and give you.
Classy.
Yeah, totally. No,
I
totally.
can't say shit. I do the same move. Samira does the same move a lot.
Viera will have, witnessed you being whisked away, and they are in a public spot, so Viera would have, easily could have,
100% followed.
yeah. Would you do the racial thing you do, as in, trying to pick up what race she is?
Well, I already know she's not elf.
Yeah. You can shift what
no,
you're looking for
no.
while you're running your check, right?
I have to stop and concentrate for 6 seconds. No, I think the only thing I'd do is I would probably, if they're at a cafe,
Mm-hmm.
would I don't know.
Make up your mind. Come on. Think faster.
Not knowing the cafe and the layout, it's hard to say whether she would or wouldn't. Whether she could switch into an animal form to get close enough to listen.
I mean, yeah, easily. You can always go into a side alley, bump into Spider-Roo, and then, crawl along the ceiling. No problem. And then because you're Spider-Roo, you can, do the bungee jump lowering down, which Cassius would have noticed at some point as a teeny tiny spider hovering, a few feet above her head.
Directly above
because
him.
my stealth check pointed out he didn't notice me at all.
Oh,
with
yeah,
a 31.
yeah, true, yeah.
Thought
yes.
that not a new check. He's
That
coming
should
closer.
be a new check, yes.
She's
As a
coming
spider.
closer.
No, I wouldn't get close enough for him to see.
Yeah, fair. But yeah, you can
Because
easily.
My
you can
hearing's
easily.
not that bad, so I
Ye-
presume I'd be able to get close enough.
Yeah, you can easily get close to listen.
Yeah, and then she wouldn't do or say anything. She'd disappear off again and start watching other people in the city.
Okay, so this is among the stalking the city, basically one of the more unusual things, or the unusual thing that happened, basically. Cassius made direct contact with the enemy.
Wow.
I mean, the enemy made direct contact with Cassius.
Yes,
By Pierre's perspective.
very bouncily so. Yes.
Jeez. Yeah. But just keeping it pleasant, but making clear not now. Not interested in selling right at this point in time.
Okay.
But maybe later.
Samira, what were you doing for time skipping WP? Because you said also overlaps partially with Viera.
Half a days. One day was meditating with Viera partially in the morning, at the very beginning when she was still there, and then the other day was switched around with socializing and just switch basically.
You will run into Amalia Graf in one of those socializing events, but you can't avoid her. She hangs
I
around.
know,
She's
I
a
know.
socialite, right? She will recognize you from the party. She will make you an indirect offer if you can get your grabby hands on Cassius's tube.
Ah.
She
I
will phrase
beg your
it in that
pardon.
way, yeah.
Yeah.
Praising.
Yeah.
Thank
Yeah.
you.
Samira will return the talking as it, that way when you are not really trying to hide your dislike of another person, but you're at least putting that little sheen over it.
She will lean
like a
in
fake politeness.
and be like, considering we are of similar dispositions, you and I, deep down below the surface, she will mind you, she will drop this like flirty act for like this one moment, right? Giving you a hint, as of course you already assume that she is not an elf, right? And she will make a similar offer that for beings like you, especially one so similar to her, she can provide protection, especially when you get into trouble with certain inquisitorial forces. And again, somebody hinting at you that they're very aware what you guys are doing, right? But this comes with the territory. You guys purchased, and you were seen together, right? Purchasing a very expensive artifact, and two out of the three of you had the oracle sing to you, so that drew attention, you know. But she seems to particularly be keen on that tube, mind you. To you, she will actually name the organization, and she will bid you to keep it on the hush hush because they're very protective of their own, and they're called the Grave Idol Brigade.
Grave Idol Brigade.
Or GIB.
GIB. Lovely.
GIB tube.
Yeah, GIB tube.
Brigade. Okay.
And she will hint to you that they hold some influential power in a few select parts of Ohio, particularly in and around Tucson.
Okay.
So you will also have a run-in. There you go.
Mm-hmm.
She also full-on tried to flirt with you, by the way. She's not very picky when it comes to, you know, gender. But your friend clearly doesn't like her, by the way.
Yeah. There's that veneer of politeness, like I said, but still.
Yeah.
Yeah. She can most likely read deep enough that it's not really well liked. But still, keeping a polite front, at least.
And like I said, you got your portrait of Saint Hildegard because Fabian was, of course, present when you were expressing interest in her look. And the portrait you got is life size, so your face is the size of her face on the portrait, right? So big frame and everything. So that was quite the surprise. And he had it made for you because his family owns the original.
Ooh.
So it's a copy.
Ah, I'm very appreciative for that. Fabian.
But he figured you would appreciate knowing what she looks like because you seemed very keen on that. It's a family heirloom they own, so.
He's a real one.
I mean, he appreciates people showing interest in the stuff he does, and you get that, you know, the topic he studies is even among academics not necessarily something that's appreciated because of the sleazy connotations of the practical application of it, right? Finance, right?
Yep.
So, yeah.
Okay.
It's not looked upon as like as some kind of noble academic, like, you know, the sciences and art, and, you know, it's like it's fine. It's like you're like this mousy little guy who's like doing numbers for rich people. It's like, you know.
Yeah.
And basically his family, this is actually information for all of you, his family ascended into nobility because of their great service in the finance section, right? They were basically rose up for their ranks as accountants to the rich and the powerful, and then were granted nobility for their great service. Yeah.
I bet the poor hate him.
I mean, I don't know. I mean, they started small generations ago, right? They've worked their way up.
His family kind of represents
self-made,
self-made, yes.
Yeah, kind of represents the self-made ones,
but then,
still not.
That also kind of shows you the principle of Ohia, because this is what they are about, right?
Yeah.
They are the nobility here is more than happy help you rise for the ranks, because it's just like, well, if you put in effort, if you work hard enough and you self-accomplish and you take your personal responsibility for the things you do, you deserve to be nobility because you worked hard for it, right?
Mhm.
And in your socializing, Samira, you would have also noticed that all the nobles are always trying to like do some charities. They're always like busy with something, right?
Yeah. There's
So you can
not
see
really
like
much-
the higher, like the richer and the more like in higher rank they are, the more is expected from them, right?
Yeah, there's no like laziness to be seen there. Just good to know.
There are exceptions, of course, right?
Of course.
But this is why everybody frowns upon Amalia, right? Because it looks like she's trying to be more important and become more important through lazy means, right? Like a parasite.
Whatever do you mean?
Vieira was mostly following Cassius around.
Mm-hmm.
And then
I mean, there is one very important thing to point out.
Yeah?
She actually went into the forest 29, 30, 31. You said the bow was trying to draw her to the forest.
Yeah, you got like the sudden like itch to go hunting.
Mm-hmm. Oh, she spent 3 days in the forest, so she would have hunted something.
Mm-hmm.
Whenever you finished eating.
I mean, yes, you hunted food. But did you what?
Okay, I mean, like, is that it? The bow just wanted me to go hunting?
Mm-hmm.
Random.
Interesting.
Your impulses were to find difficult to hunt prey and go for it. And
That's one way
out.
to get to getting myself killed.
Yeah, but within reason, right?
Mhm.
It wasn't like you weren't mind controlled. You could still reasonably choose. But you were choosing, and mind you, difficult to hunt is not necessarily something big and dangerous. It can also be very small and just very quick, which is why it's difficult to hunt, right?
Yeah.
And once you kind of had it out of your systems, you kind of ebbed away. But that's it. Like, that's all it was. I also assume that you did the conversation during those few days.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Speaking of activity and hunting, we did mention like last time during your first talk with Kayin that we were open to doing jobs for him, and I think when I went to his place on the 32nd or something, I let him
about
know.
having a job.
Yeah, I let him know that like from the 34th onward we are back for business.
And
So
he
if
will let
wants
you
to
know if
approach
you have
us-
something, yes.
Exactly. Yeah.
Okay. Then, when are we? Let's say you all came to. Let's start it off with like the previous evening, actually.
One final thing. That small commission that we talked about, can I consider that as
Done.
being
Yeah.
made? Done? Oh, okay, perfect.
Should be done
I'll
by now.
Deduct the funds for that.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I thought I made it clear. Yeah, it's done.
No, I figured because it was not that difficult, but just that I know.
Yeah, Samira also purchased the thing as well.
She did
Was
not say
it-
anything about that just
Is
yet.
it another tattoo?
Yes.
Thank
No,
you.
it wasn't another tattoo. At least you don't see one.
Yeah.
So on the 33rd, Cass, Layla will be like, okay, I need to go and see if everything is ready. I'll be back in a day or two.
Mm-hmm.
Because she's actually gonna go and scout the place with Alahira.
All right, I'll let her know that we're available and kiss her goodbye.
and she will depart very amicably. And basically, she will have dinner. So she will tell this to everyone that she's gonna go scout with Avahiram.
Mhm.
So after the dinner finishes, she will leave, which is around 10 p.m. And you guys are together.
Oh, did she let us know when exactly, like, what the ETA is around that?
A day or two, it depends on how quickly they can make it back.
Okay.
So she should be back either tomorrow or the day after tomorrow.
Awesome.
Yeah. You sit in the Deadly Door Tavern.
Mm-hmm.
You just finished dinner. And actually the first time you all got together, I mean, you were getting together every evening, but after you have done all the stuff you have done.
Mm-hmm.
Take it away.
Except for the 29th, 30th, and 31st.
Yes.
We all collectively are done.
Yeah.
So, Viera, everything alright? Didn't see you there for a couple of days.
Yeah, I did tell Samira that I was going to be disappearing out into the woods. I had the inclination to hunt.
Okay, alright.
Practicing my hunting skills, I guess. It's been a while since we've been in the city, and been a while since we've kind of been out in the nature hunting frogs.
Well, you want to do something like that again? I mean, it would be good to rack up funds.
No.
More.
I'm good. I've been there, done that, if you like.
Okay. Alright, I mean, if you're ever up again for hunting, then we should take a job to do that. I'm just saying.
Oh boy,
Yeah.
I was looking forward so much to go back into the swamp.
I'm sure you were. I'm sure you were.
Well, you've got to go into the swamp to get out of the swamp, Cassius. So if you ever plan on heading north,
Mm.
kind of got to, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Unless you take a ship, if that's
Yeah, unless you
even
want
a
to
thing.
sail around.
I don't know if that's a thing.
Last time didn't go so well on the ship. I don't know about that.
You can't avoid ships forever.
I mean, you can.
We can stay here forever in the city.
Aye.
You could.
Because that's very likely, yeah.
Yeah, no.
No.
Especially
Okay.
for you. Because you don't have roaming feet at all.
Me? Nah, I'm all settled, you know.
Oh, that's
So
what you
it
call
looks
yourself
it.
now. Settled.
Settled. Yep. 100%.
I mean, I'm not.
You can
I'm
tell
not
by
the
his
one with the
mannerisms.
business.
I mean, you've settled
Because
yourself
what?
into a relationship at least. That's something.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I thought. That's what I thought.
All right.
Is that
Okay.
too big a word right now?
Nah.
Officially, is
So
it too
you're-
big a word right now?
Yeah, because
No,
I thought you
it's-
guys were official after like that talk you had a couple days ago. But it's
Official?
not.
Like what's official? Like are
Well,
Past
like,
had that relationship talk. You know, had that relationship talk.
we had a talk
Yeah.
for sure.
Yeah.
But
I
was
mean,
it?
like, you kissed and hugged and in front of us this time instead of slinking off to the side
Yeah.
to do it.
I'm curious. Have
That's
you
the
had a
difference.
proper like relationship before? I'm curious.
Sure, plenty.
Like proper, not just one night stands and
Yeah.
fuck buddies.
Yeah. Uh huh.
No.
There was this one that you know, I was hanging off the side of the building and she didn't pull me up. Something
Oh,
happened.
Yeah, that's true. You mentioned that before.
There was also the blonde one. Yeah, she was crazy.
Doesn't sound like lots of good experience there.
You know, you live and learn, right?
Sure, you live and learn. That's the way to say it, yeah.
Anyway, is that really what we want to talk about? Okay, alright.
I mean, what else would you want to talk about now?
What do you want to talk about?
Mm-hmm. Do you have something pressing to mention?
Actually. I got approached by you know, 2 balls in your face.
Oh, the bimbo. Yeah.
Ah, how did
same
you
here.
know? Oh. Okay.
The not elf. Wait, you both got approached by the not elf?
Wait, you got approached
Sadly
by...
enough, I sometimes roam in the same socializing groups as her.
Thank goodness I was doing my best to slink around the city. I guess she couldn't find me.
I guess. Okay. So she got to you. When? Like, what day was that?
I recite what day that was because I don't think I got a day.
Okay. Yeah, she got to me like
It was after she got to Cassius, for the
Yeah.
record.
the day before or something. I don't really necessarily remember, but she was very interested.
Let me
in,
guess. She wanted the case, right?
Why is everyone so interested in that case?
It's a mystery box. It's like you don't know what you get.
I don't see the point of the mystery.
She
Sorry.
seemed very interested for a mystery box just.
I don't know. Maybe she knows actually what's in it. I didn't broach that topic. I played the fool, you know.
And
Just
I played the bitch, so, you know.
But yeah, she basically let slip that there is some kind of like thingy organization that helps people.
Yeah.
Let's say it like this.
And as influence, and she would lend a hand.
Yeah. I'm not interested in giving her this case. And I'm not interested in getting involved with this person particularly, so...
No. But still, we should keep a careful eye around that group still, at least, since she mentioned them.
So she offered you the same thing? Or was
She
was also like... I'm sorry.
Sorry, what I wanted to say, in exchange for me perhaps having some sticky fingers, she would have offered a helping hand with, well, some holy high-ups.
She wanted you to steal from me? Wow.
Yeah, like I'd ever do that.
Just narrow my eyes.
Stick my tongue out at him.
Okay. Right. Probably at some point she might also try you, Vera. She can find you.
Did you get anything more on that organization, by the way?
I suggest you consider safety measures. She may try and bypass both offers.
I could help with that once we get back to the room. I already have some backup planned.
Okay.
A backup idea plan, better yet. Didn't mention it just yet to you guys, but once we're back, then I'll say.
Alright.
Color me curious.
But did you get anything more about the organization? She just told me the name and rough about where they were hanging around.
She told you the name?
She didn't tell you? Oh, that's interesting.
That's it. She's dead.
Seems a little extreme.
I mean, did she... Okay, now I'm curious, because she approached me with something like, so considering we have the same disposition. Did she mean specifically me then, instead of just the group?
I guess so. She didn't notice, she didn't say anything about similar disposition. She just heavily referred to the fact that we're, not from here. Outsiders.
What does she have similar to me then?
I don't know.
That's interesting, because it's obviously not the outsider thing. Being an Asima is not that outlandish here.
You're in a city full of them, I hope not.
Yeah. A patron? No.
Could be. I mean...
Well, she did move her familiar, so it could be that sort of disposition.
I could ask a certain friend of ours when we're back in the place.
Mm-hmm.
At least.
True. That's
so
interesting, yeah.
We've bumped into her twice now, or at least two of us have.
Hmm. Well, the organization was called. By the way, I'm assuming that we are semi-secure here, so I can mention this shit all.
I mean, if you're very quiet, the tavern background is loud enough.
To drown it out, yeah.
Yes.
I assume so. So the organization was called Grave Idol Brigade.
Give.
So
Yep.
yeah.
Right.
Can I do some kind of check to look around the tavern to see if anyone's paying attention to us? Obviously or not obviously.
With your passive, you can tell no.
Okay.
The tavern is too small. Anyone watching you here, they would stand out very quickly, right?
Yeah.
So yeah.
Okay, that's. I mean, I kind of expected some attention to fall on us. The
Obviously,
shopkeep
yeah.
also mentioned something along, well, not the same lines, but she was interested in the case. People have seen us with this map, so it's kind of
Mhm.
Well,
coming,
tongues are wagging, aren't they?
Mhm.
they for sure are.
There were 2 songs, there were 2 items.
Yeah. But I guess we just should keep on our heels and yeah.
Yeah.
Unlikely that anything will happen in the city itself, but
Still, if we've all eaten, let's go back to our room.
sure.
Sounds good to me.
Alright, we're making our way back
Awesome.
to the safe house. And once we're inside, yeah.
Back to the room.
Yeah. Once we're inside, I'm gonna sit just in the middle of the room on the floor. Okay, Cassius, and yeah, I assume you know just as well as I do that having though it's magical, a bag can easily be stolen from, or just the bag itself can be stolen, right?
Mm-hmm.
Sure.
So I thought I'd get myself some other option of carrying things around. And at that point, Samira starts just quickly reaches between her, like, basically the same move Bimbo did with getting out the cards. She takes out a little handkerchief and starts to unfold and unfold and unfold it. And then there's a portable hole on the ground.
Or there's a hole on the ground.
There's a hole on the ground, yeah. There's a sudden 3-dimensional hole on the ground, which dips like a couple feet down. Or you guys can already see there's a couple things already in there, like chests is in there, and the portrait she usually lugs around in a haversack. But yeah, at this point she takes out the cigar case out of the handy haversack and sort of holds it over the hole. Like, I can carry it around hidden on my person through this. Obviously it's magical and people can find it through magic still, but it's less obvious in a bag.
Okay. I mean, sure.
Yeah, I didn't put the case in there just yet because I figured it's more your prerogative. I already put the map in there, just so you guys know.
Okay.
Yeah, I think it's a little bit less, like you say, obvious than the sack.
Mm-hmm.
You just have it on you all times.
Especially if we have a sack and they detect magic, they're going to go for the bag first.
Of course.
So
Yeah.
we should leave some decoy stuff in the bag. Stuff we don't really care about.
Yeah, it's not gonna be empty, no, of course not. I mean, we have all this room, we're still gonna carry shit in it.
Mhm.
But, yeah, maybe we should get a faux case to put in there. commission another dead
Of
case.
what case?
A fake one.
Like a fake one, yeah.
Commission
Oh, you
commission a
mean like
fake
an
to be done.
identical?
Yes.
Good idea.
Put something in there that can maybe be, you are very familiar with, Varian can track if it's taken out. Since you can track items, I think, right?
Short distances, yeah.
Yeah. And so if anyone steals and takes it out, we would know and could follow.
I think they would probably employ the same stuff the grandfather did, and they would hide it somewhere that wasn't easily found by magic.
Yeah, of course. That's also true. But, it's an idea.
I mean, I like the idea for sure. How much did this run you, Sammy?
I'm not gonna lie, it was a considerable cost. But it's worth it, so I stamped the
Okay.
cost.
What more do we
mean-
need? Like, having portable storage is by far and away the best investment we can do.
Yeah, but just like if it came out of your own shit, then it's for all of us. So I
Yeah.
consider this a group fund thing.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
Well-
if you know that I got your back, right? Like if you need something, just let me know.
Yeah, sure, of course. I mean, I had a deal and I bought it, so I put most of my money forth because Viera, you were putting a lot of the money in the house, in the shop, so
Mm-hmm.
I figured balance that out.
Yeah, that's all good. Just to let you know, Cassius, I didn't want to say anything initially,
Mm-hmm.
but the house is ours.
Okay.
It's not rented.
Oh, you straight up bought it.
I straight up bought it.
But what about the owners? They were like also creating some kind of like lab in there, right?
Yep, so am I. There will be an alchemy lab. There will be a herb garden producing goods for sale, of course. I can, with my druidic magic, I can encourage the growth of all plants in a huge radius around the house for the next year,
Wow.
so that the herb garden basically doubles in production. It's going to affect a lot of the farms around here too, so they'll get a bounty crop basically. But it means that the herb garden and the alchemy shop will produce more money as well.
Okay.
That's useful,
There's
yeah.
also going to be a smithy, which once it's set up, I will probably spend a bit of time working at. So I'm going to teach myself weapon
Smithy
crafting,
slash
weaponsmithing.
glass blowing.
Yep, it's going to have the glass blowing tools for Samira as well. And there will also be an enchanting shop.
Wow. You're going all out, huh?
First time I saw the
Wow.
figures a couple of days ago, it was massive, yeah.
Yeah, the idea was I wanted a herb and alchemy place so that we have somewhere to produce our own healing elixirs, and obviously I can produce the basic stuff, but together with Destrian's help we managed to produce stronger ones. I see that being more your thing than mine. I can certainly produce the basics. The shop can certainly produce the basics. They can also produce the bigger ones. In case we want them to make always have a stash of 2, so that we can return and grab healing potions if we're desperate.
Mm-hmm.
But I also see them producing other magical potions as well.
I mean, that's
Strength,
definitely
speed,
something
invisibility.
I wanted to do as well. Like
Yeah.
the
So it's a solid base to begin with. And with any luck, it'll continue to produce some money that we can just return back and collect, or we can just keep reinvesting that back into the shops, which was the idea. Buy better equipment, better tools, expand them one by one, etc.
Yeah.
So it's quite a large house. In addition to all of those shops, there is bedrooms and lodging available. They're unfurnished right now.
Mhm.
The entire house is
So in
empty
the
right
future,
now.
we could
The
start
entire
having
house
to
is
rent
empty
an
right
inn.
now.
Yeah.
Yeah, but the idea is, I don't really want this to be a mainstay where people know we go. This is also a safe house. That's kind of the point.
Okay.
I mean, I was interested in doing a similar setup as Layla's here.
Hmm.
That will cost some money, but if I have some, actually quite some left. I could talk with her. See if she has the context that we could start.
It might
creating.
be better to have a separate safe house,
one,
just
yeah.
in case that's compromised for whatever reason. But
how much exactly would the complete security of this room cost there in one room? Have you a figure?
Quite a bit, I would imagine. I didn't ask her yet.
Okay.
But I could explore that option.
Yeah,
otherwise,
because having one room in the shop house so secure to listeners would also be very convenient.
Yeah, we could.
Viera, you know that the ground beneath the house is firm enough to dig down. By the way, it doesn't have a basement right now, but it's solid rock. You can actually carve into the downwards.
Yeah.
Useful. So I imagine we need to have a lot of amassing of coin in the future to get that started.
I also want to point out that the house is because this entire section of the city, right, on the left side, it's a steep incline, so the houses are actually like carved into steps, right? So it's not
carved
just
into rock.
It's carved into rock, yeah, but it's like steps going upwards, right? So you could technically even make something where like you carve inwards and have it exit somewhere on a different height.
All right, let's pause for a second as someone's opening the door.
All good.
Layla has a very nice safe house. It even has a buzzer.
sorry about that.
It's all good.
No worries.
Yeah. I do have. I could front this with Layla, see what she, how much it would be. But otherwise, if we already would need some kind of investment in the property, I can provide some. I mean, you guys did it all without me, but
mostly it was Viera.
I think even having everything all in one city is probably a bad idea. So what I might say is that we may want to consider putting a safe house somewhere else, because it's all good and well being safe in the city. That still leaves us at risk of people chasing us in the city. The reason you need a safe house is because you're being hunted.
Yeah, maybe having
you have to keep going out for food every day. At some point, they're going to catch you. So
having a safe house on one of the islands on the way to
even in Taria, we could pay for it to be set up and arrange that through someone like Creo.
Taria is an exceptionally great place to set up a hideaway.
Yeah.
Because nobody wants to mess with that island.
Yeah, exactly.
No, and we already have connections
in the middle of two continents that desperately don't want to go to war with each other. So no one's going to fuck with anybody on that island.
Yeah.
It's also an island that I don't want to say everybody loves us, but we're well enough known by various people in the town that we've helped them quite a lot. If we show up and it's like some real nasty people are after us, we're hiding out, just leave us be, they won't find us, then the people of Taria are probably going to be more inclined to be like, no, we didn't see them.
Yeah,
it's very true. Yeah.
On the basis of Dastrian, Xavier, and the cats alone, considering Xavier and the cats managed to sink an entire warship.
Yeah, like we have some serious
allies
protection.
there,
from allies there. So Tari is not a bad idea.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not sure if Destrian would be the one to know that level of magic, but he's got a goat cavern. He's
I mean-
probably good enough at enchanting.
Yeah.
He has this panic room, which is basically the same thing as here.
Exactly, yeah. And we don't need a tower with a goat cavern with years of lamb being supplied. Well, that would be nice, but
Well, we already know of one place that has a secret basement.
I was thinking the same thing, actually.
yeah, we do. And we already know
So
how it
perhaps
works.
it's something to be figured out there.
Could we make an investment in this tavern?
Yeah,
Yeah.
totally good.
Weekly
yeah.
danger.
The weekly danger, yeah.
Yeah.
Personally, I would reinvest enough that we could change the name, but that's just me. But
Yeah.
that's an option. I don't think we should put all of our eggs in one basket, so to speak.
Yeah. That's a good idea, yeah.
So I'm happy to have set this one up because it was something I wanted to do. The enchanting shop is so that I can learn to enchant my own arrows, ultimately. The herb and the alchemy garden are there to produce potions and allow us to kind of refine potions. And also generate money, ultimately, because people do need those services.
It has a huge olive tree in the back.
Yes, it does.
That is so.
Oh, alright.
So,
Yeah,
So,
okay.
save the coin for now, I would say.
Mhm.
If we decide we're going to set up shop somewhere else as well, then
Yeah.
maybe we consider a safe house there and not a shop, if you like.
Yeah, or a safe tavern.
Yeah, or
alright.
Taria. Taria is always a good bet.
Yeah. So we should, if we're planning to, if depending on how much it costs, we should get ourselves a little safety egg to cushion the costs.
Alright. But
Yeah.
me and saving, unwise.
You've managed so far.
I
If we keep
I
you
am
busy
very
enough,
well
then you
aware
won't be able
about-
to spend.
Yeah, I am very well aware with how much money each of us have in our collection. You currently have, I assume, the most of us.
What?
I assume. I don't know how much
I-
Viera has sepaprely, but
I am ashamed.
in our collection, you have the most of us.
I am ashamed of myself. I will rectify the situation immediately.
So I wouldn't call yourself just, the loosest spender among us.
That's interesting. First time for everything, I guess.
Sure is.
Alright. I mean, yeah. And like I said, I mean, if I think this is a really good plan, I think we should go for like a separate
Nice.
safe house somewhere else, and I'm more than willing to make the investment in this. But in the meantime, if you guys are low, it's there.
I'm good.
Well,
I got
if we
plenty.
ever need it, we'll talk to you.
Just let me know. But also, if you need it in a moment, you can also tell me afterwards. Like,
Of course.
it's yours.
I mean, at the end of the day, I assume we're not poor. So we're fine.
Yeah,
Far from it. Yeah.
true.
Yeah. We certainly should have more than the average commoner.
Chuck you the olive tree picture.
Mm-hmm.
You have an idea?
Alright, so yeah, as I start to pack up again and fold it into a handkerchief and stuff it back into my undergarments. I wanted to show you guys that to let you know that there's, I assume the most important stuff that we have, the map and now the case as well, is hidden there.
Mm-hmm.
Perfect.
Um, yeah, I'm being honest here, and I look directly at Cassius. I would prefer to keep that to amongst us three.
The lead case, you mean?
No, the hole, the dimensional hole.
Yes.
Of course.
Yes. So I will transfer the map into a regular sack, before everyone else comes back and we do that ritual thing.
Sure. Fine with me. My lips are sealed.
Okay. Thank you.
Speaking of information that nobody else knows, 3 days Viera was gone.
Yes, she was.
Yeah.
She said
That's
that
fine.
she was hunting. She was
Yeah.
needed to hunt. She hunted.
Okay. Yeah. And Brack
That's
was very happy with the hunting and as well. So.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Very good. That was a good enough explanation for me. If there's
Yeah.
more behind it, then
Exactly.
Well, here for context, why I'm prodding you guys because your characters would know Lila's coming either back tomorrow or the day after tomorrow.
Mhm.
And considering they already went to scout the place, the implication is here once she's back, it will happen very quickly.
Yeah.
Because again, in order to perform the ritual, the map needs to be removed from the case. There will be 4 hours when it can be pinged.
Okay.
All right. And at that point, Samira will start up a conversation as well, since we already have time. So, since we got that out of the way, and the ritual, whatever the fuck it's gonna be like, is happening soon. Viera,
Mhm.
I wanted to ask you what's gonna be with your deal. Like, how's that gonna work out with your separate dealings with your contact?
Well, we've been busy the past 12 days or so I haven't made any kind of contact
Mhm.
as yet. I raised the question of whether I should, and it seems like they're going ahead with the ritual anyway.
Yeah, I'm just curious because you obviously haven't shared that stuff with Layla, but
Have I not?
makes
I thought I
sense.
did last week.
Yes, but the thing is also in the meantime, we didn't really say where the thing is or whether you have gone to your contact. So she's gone ahead and proceeded like she doesn't know because she still doesn't know where it is.
Yeah. So you didn't share it with her because she asked about the sextant. You said some vague answer. Like, what's
You
the
already
deal?
knew.
What's the deal?
The deal is that my contact already knows where the sexton is
Yes.
and will make that location available to us.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Aren't we doing the the ritual to find
find
it?
the sexton,
Yeah.
which is why I'm confused, because I'm pretty sure I made it clear that I can probably find out where it is anyway.
But you didn't.
But I didn't do it, and I didn't have to, because I was busy. Nature called. I answered. So, yeah.
Darling, I think
can.
you're being a bit obviously obtuse here.
Am I?
Yes.
I thought I was pretty clear by saying my contact knows where it is.
Okay, so we should just not do this ritual because
I mean, it seems like a waste of magical resource and time and money, but I guess no.
I wasn't going to say anything
nobody-
without talking to you earlier about it,
Uh-huh.
but
I mean,
Dave's gonna
I
waste-
thought we were going to
yeah.
finish our separate ways tasks and then reconvene and then go and do the...
they've been
but
wasting a lot of time and effort into
they've
finding
been,
a location.
they've been wasting the last 12 days, potentially.
Yeah.
I can arrange for a meeting to be made. What time is it right now?
It is the time it is on the thing. It's
Like around
23,
midnight.
22. Yeah.
I need to move now if I want to make an arrangement tonight.
Do you want me to try to reach Layla per message that they can return?
No, let me see if I can make contact first.
Yeah, because this is...
Yeah.
This seemed
Right.
a bit...
I'll see you
bit of-
later.
yeah,
I need to go now.
like unnecessary obfuscation of what's actually happening, which I understand. Don't believe me, I understand that, but it's a bit of a waste at the same time.
It seems that way. I thought that was clear, but obviously not.
Maybe to us, not to
Yeah.
her.
I don't know.
Not to her.
Yeah,
I
okay.
thought you
I
were.
need-
I thought you were
I
on
need to go.
purpose.
I need to go.
Let's
Yeah.
see if she can
Bye.
make contact first, because we might just need the ritual anyway.
I'll let you know soon.
Uh,
And
So-
Vera closes the door
Yeah.
and heads
So
out.
OC, the confusion here came in probably because, as I said, you guys were convening every evening, right? You were not like gone from each other for 12 days and then haven't seen each other for 12 days. You guys were together,
Yeah.
except for the 3 nights we went hunting. You guys were like together every evening, and none of the evenings was where I was like, oh yeah, by the way, I reached out to my contact. I know where it is. Don't stop the whole,
Yeah,
research.
because I assumed that we were doing the 12 days to finish all of that, and then she was like, she didn't want to arrange a meeting and then interrupt everyone's training to do it. So I assumed it was happening after the training was done. I
Yeah.
thought that was clear.
And I was keeping my
Obviously not.
silence until today, where
Yeah,
Layla
that's
was
fine.
saying that they were scouting, and Vera was still not saying anything.
Yeah.
She was not going to say shit before talking with Vera beforehand.
Yeah, because she was very confused why they would be scouting. But sure. Anyway, Viera heads out and heads to the other tavern.
Mm-hmm.
Can I book the room that I had?
You still have the same room.
We still have the same room. Fantastic.
You don't have to book it, it's booked.
Do you have a candle I can borrow? Just for a short while?
I mean,
Are there candles in the room?
owners of, they can give you.
Fantastic. And she'll just head up to the bedroom and light the candle in the bedroom window.
Mm-hmm.
But she'll wait for... She knows she's got about half an hour.
Okay.
She'll wait kind of 20 minutes and then light it because she's not perfect at keeping time.
Yeah. Yeah. So, about midnight,
Mhm.
you get a tick, tick, tick on the window.
Very slowly open it.
And you will climb in. Very effortlessly, by the way.
Mm-hmm. And she'll wait for him to kind of get in and then pull the window closed behind him as well.
And he will put a finger to his lips. And then he will perform a complex set of hand movements.
Mm-hmm.
And finish with it's almost like Sylvan, but in such a strange accent or dialect that you actually don't understand what he said. It sounds like Sylvan, right?
Yeah.
But it sounds like an archaic, ancient form of it to your ears, right?
Mm-hmm.
But the effect is that you feel a very similar effect like when you do the disc, right?
Yeah. I figured.
It does take him a while, however, to perform this, like about 10 minutes.
Right.
So, and then he will note to you that you can freely talk, right?
Mm-hmm. Well, thank you for coming at such short notice. Obviously, I wouldn't light the candle if it wasn't important. We have obviously secured the map. A certain party is interested in locating the sextant next. And I know that you said that you would help to make that available to us. So they were planning to perform a ritual to discover the location. But I figure you may want to move it to a temporary halfway house before...
He will ask you who they is.
Layla, of course,
Who else?
and Avahira. Those are the only two names I know involved, but I assume the researchers.
When do they
are
plan on
probably
performing the ritual? Is his question.
soon. Don't know an exact date. They're trying to find a location suitable to perform it, and there will only be a 4-hour window to perform it, is what they said.
All right, so he will tell you
Mhm.
to let them go ahead and
Okay.
help, right? Whatever they need,
Mm-hmm.
because he assumes they will not be able to pull it off alone.
Mm-hmm.
He will place the sextant in safe hands. The ritual will give away their location, so he will put it somewhere that he considered safe in the meantime.
Yep.
So you can be assured that once you have the location, it will stay safe in that location, right?
Okay. Great.
But in case you need to inform your friends,
Mm-hmm.
the contact has refused to give you the location.
Okay.
And he will also point out that the location will be safe from Bohemian authorities.
My next question was going to be, is there any way to ensure that I can keep both of these items safe? Other than storing them in extraplanar objects.
That's
like
the
bags of
that's the
holding.
best way to keep them safe. Yes.
Okay, so there's no way they can be tracked when they're inside those.
There's no way. Yeah.
So even if this ritual was being done and the objects were in a bag of holding, they wouldn't be traceable.
He will tell you that the third artifact is actually hidden away in an extraplanar pocket,
Right.
which makes it untraceable.
How do we find that then?
There's a way around it, but you will need both the sextant and the map for it.
Okay. Care to elaborate?
He is basically giving you enough hints to understand that whoever Layla is working for gives her enough information to know that. It's easier for yourself and your protection, and not that he doesn't give you too much information, because there aren't too many people who know these
that.
details. Yes.
Okay, so it's best if Layla thinks we don't know them.
Yes.
Very well.
And with that, he will excuse himself, basically, because he needs to get the scepter to that safe location.
Mm-hmm.
And he will tell you next time you see him, he will look different.
Okay.
Because he will take on the next form that is of the need for his people.
Good to know. Safe travels.
And that's it.
And Vera will sit there for 2-3 hours.
Okay. So Cassius and Samira are just waiting for 2-3 hours there?
No, I would have waited until 1 and then go to bed.
In the meantime, we'd probably also just talked a little bit longer.
Yeah.
So, in case she doesn't get this info,
Yeah.
should we also consider how to prepare for this on our side? This
The ritual?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because it's gonna drain energy, supposedly.
I don't know
Even
who's going to help during the ritual casting. We should have to figure out a perimeter, because people can find the map during that time. That's going to be important to make sure it stays safe and on our side. Yeah.
Should maybe I don't know why we didn't consider it sooner, but Layla also didn't mention it, but it's unsafe to maybe hire outside mercenaries, but I don't know.
Yes.
I don't think
That's
that would be a bad idea. I'll
have some sort of perimeter at least, maybe.
If you could, because she's out.
Mm-hmm.
If you can, if you're going to send her a message, ask her about this, if you will. If we should hire outside services.
Mm-hmm.
Otherwise, well, let's see. Let's see what Viera comes back with.
I don't know how long she's gonna say she's gonna attempt to contact. I don't know how that works. If that would be immediately or only tomorrow. She said, yeah.
I don't know. After all of this, I'm confused anyway. I don't know.
Yeah, I thought she was intentionally like being obtuse about it. Like I said, lying maybe in that sense. But apparently she was just confused.
Okay.
I did not expect her to just simply be confused with the situation.
I mean, it's a lot to keep track of.
Yeah.
That's
fine. It happens to the best of us.
I don't care. In the end, what matters is that we get this done safely, if we get it done. And if that means not doing it at all, perfect. Mm-hmm. And we can pay Layla the expenses that she made and say that we already found it through her contracts, but it wasn't possible before. I don't know.
I don't know either.
We'll see when we see, but we can smooth those things over.
Yeah, let's wait until she comes back, or anyway in the morning before I try to contact Layla, because it's the fuck knows what time at night it is.
Late.
Yeah.
I'm tired.
Yeah, during whatever sort of scouting they're doing, I assume rest is important, so I don't want to interrupt that way.
Yeah.
But yeah, I hope you're alright, at least. I don't know what sort of agreement you guys have, you two, but I'll be alright with keeping those sort of secrets, like the whole from her.
As long as it doesn't interfere with her work.
It would interfere with her work to not know where the map is.
If we have the map, it doesn't matter where we have it. If it's secure, if that's more secure, she would only agree with it. Having the map is our business right now. So it doesn't, in that sense. Don't worry, I didn't come to I didn't make some kind of promise, but
okay, that's good to know.
It's the thing is, this may sound weird coming from me, but in that sense, she's similar to you guys. I'm not gonna lie to her, but I can not mention those details because she wouldn't want to know in the first place, I think.
Yeah.
She knows we have it, and if we say it's in a secure location and we do the transfer before we put it in the haversack, I'm fine with it.
White lies seem to be an exception.
It's not a white lie. It's just a weird. We have it, right? And we're doing all in our power to keep it as secure as possible. That's exactly this. So.
Okay. All right. I mean, if you're okay with that,
I am okay with it.
That's all it needs to be. That's good. All right. But yeah, if you need anything else to be very, very, very well kept, outside of the bag, let me know.
Mostly just as.
Or if you have big clunky shit to carry around, because I'm carrying my own wardrobe inside there.
I mean, I have those fancy outfits.
Get yourself a chest, and we can smack it in there.
Like a full chest, that's crazy. All right.
I bought myself some too, because I am apparently the socializer here, and I have to have a fuck ton of outfits. So yes, I understand.
All right.
A full chest is preferable than just loose clothing strewn around in.
That's what I do in every room I am.
I know.
I'm
very well aware of that by now.
All right.
Yeah, it doesn't seem she's coming back soon, so we should go to bed.
She has the key, right?
Yeah. She left me.
Does she?
Yes, I think so.
Okay. I don't know. Just feel for my pockets. No key. Alright. Really, if we get safe houses, we need 3 keys. This is absolutely
Yes,
ridiculous.
it's ridiculous. Or 1 key maybe in our share. Why aren't we putting in our shared space? Shared pocket. What are we doing? Did we forget about it till now?
We're professionals. That's what we're doing.
We need to keep it in our shared pocket.
Oh, actually, talking about those, and we were talking about potions before. Are there any potions in there right at this moment?
I haven't put anything in there just yet.
Okay, let's start with that.
Yeah.
And I take out the 1 potion of superior. Actually, no, just 2 potions of superior healing, and 1 potion of normal healing.
Yeah, we could share that shed. At that point, Shinny, could you make us another sheet?
For the shared pockets.
Yeah.
Yes, I will make you a sheet for the shared pockets.
Thank you.
Pockets.
Perfect.
Because it's 3 shared pockets, do we get 3 times the volume that we're normally
No,
allowed?
it's 1 pocket inside.
It's 1 shared space.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
We
we're
have
putting
too
the fucking
many-
keys in there.
We have
keys
too
are gonna be
many
in there.
fucking bags. Holy shit. Like, I'm getting a little bit.
Just
alright,
wait
I'm-
until we get to level 7 and have even more bags.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
I mean, I'm the one who has to juggle like 3/4 of them, so you know.
Thank you.
I keep track of the bags just as well as you.
That's true. Yeah.
I don't.
Cassius doesn't. He just asks you to do it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Which fits me as a person and as a character.
And as a player.
Amazing.
As a
You can just drag and drop it on there, by the way. The potions.
They then duplicate, right?
Yeah, you gotta drag and drop. They appear there, and
Then delete.
and then you
Yeah,
gotta delete on
shared
your
pocket.
own. Yeah, thank you. You can then
Perfect.
delete on your own.
Yeah, I'm doing that right now.
I'm putting 2 potions of greater healing in there too. Mhm.
All right, I'll fix up a chest tomorrow or something.
Look how pretty a picture I shared.
Yeah,
on the
it's
picture.
nice.
Yeah.
Very nice.
pink
Pretty.
bag.
Oh, do you have an antitoxin to put in there? I don't think I have one currently.
Oh, yep. There you go.
Oh, I do have one. Okay,
Nice.
so it's put. Let me just delete that. Fuck, I think we can make 2 out of that 1.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
And actually, while we're doing that as well, bam.
Ooh, a coin of delving? Nice.
Never used, but
Not true.
Did we? Oh yes.
We used
yes.
it for the spider hole.
We used it
Mhm.
for
Mhm.
a grand total of once.
Do you want me to put your potion of fun in there too?
Sure. Save it for a rainy day.
Yeah, there we go.
Alright. Actually, do scrolls fit in that thing?
Good question, yeah.
Lena, how big is it? I forgot.
Like it's more like a coins and potions we said, but a
Yeah, it's
scroll,
more
I'm
like
not
yeah,
sure.
it's more like
If you
a
can
coin
fit
pouch.
a bottle in there, I would argue you can probably
True.
fit a scroll tube in there.
True.
Yeah, but it has like a weight limit. Like,
I assumed
Yeah,
it
it
was
does.
like the coin pouch,
yeah.
which is
So-
like 20. I think if I remember, it's 20. It's somewhere in my notes. 20 or 30 pounds.
All right,
Okay.
I'll just keep this thing on me. It's fine. I was gonna put in the scroll of invisibility, but
Let me just look at my fucking notes.
Pulling out the 5th book on the shelf. Anyway,
we also have potions and mind reading and everything in the saddlebag, so should
Mhm.
transfer this over at some point. Anyway, also
30 pounds.
before
30 pounds.
perfect.
30 pound limit. And if I remember correctly, like potions are half a pound. Potions of healings are half a pound. Oh, we have 2. Yeah. Oh, close. 2, 3, 4 pounds with the coin of delving, which I'm negligating. Okay, yeah, awesome. Alright, keeping track of that now too.
Amazing. So
All right.
before I go to sleep, I am going to summon Bo. And I'm going to ask him...
Hey, Chief!
Hey, Bo. Hey, soldier.
He salutes.
Salute back. First of all, how are you? How are you feeling?
I mean, I wasn't gone that long. I have no idea. How long was I gone?
For a bit. Like, a 10 day.
He shrugs.
I wanted to ask you something about your former...
Yeah, the dick.
Yeah, the dick.
Big dick.
Magical dick. Big dick. We bumped into them. Like, Samir and I.
Oh.
And, like, I'm doing this all in my head, by the way, because I know that Samir doesn't stand the Infernal quite
The pinecone mask squints.
Yeah. So, first of all, did you see, like, did you ever see them transform? Like, from one... Yeah? What did that look
That's
like?
what they do. And his kind.
That's what they do, his kind.
Yeah.
What kind is that? Do you know?
Not my kind. The opposite.
Like
the wind kind. You know, celestial. The
like the celestials, like the big boys.
Yes.
Not the
Yes.
I
mean, he's not that big. I mean, he's big. Like long big, but not that big. It's like you have like me. I'm small.
Yeah.
But cute. And then you have like Demon Daddy. He's like big.
Yeah.
But not quite like super big. Right? There's like bigger. So
Bigger fish. Yeah.
Dick is like somewhere between like Demon Daddy and me.
Okay.
Maybe like Demon Daddy. Maybe. I don't know what he can do.
I mean, like you probably saw, like they were capable of doing this. Like they were reviving people, like just for the frying people for the fun of it, right?
I mean, he can do a lot. Some of it is like, restoring. Not necessarily, but.
Okay.
But yeah, it's what they do. They can. It's like our kind can also do that. They can do that too. It's not magic that can just change.
And they at least said something about like an organization that they're with, the Grave Idol Band.
Yeah.
Did they have like any like
Grave Idol?
meetings?
Grave Idol Brigade.
Yeah. Did you see any of the other members of this band?
I mean, some of them, yeah, they're like wizardy people and necromancers and warlocks and that bunch. And odd things.
Odd things?
Well, things that don't really live in cities normally. And people don't like seeing in cities. Like hags, for example. It's a good example, yeah. For example, if you were a hag and you would want to live in the city, it wouldn't be great, but they kind of help those people. And some of those people are dicks too.
I would guess, yeah.
Not as long as that dick.
Not as long as that dick. All right. So they were like convening. Actually, when you were with the big dick, where was this in the city? Do you remember? Do you know?
I told you, I don't know. I wasn't left outside.
They were mostly inside,
Yeah.
Or only inside.
Yes.
True. Okay. So definitely not great people, yeah.
No.
Well, fair enough. Okay. Turn to Samira. Do you have anything you want to ask about?
You have no. She has like Samira.
She's
has no
gone to
idea.
bed already.
Yeah,
She's
not
gone
only,
to bed? Oh
not
yeah.
only that, but like this conversation was completely led in silence. So
Yeah,
Samira doesn't
sure.
even know what questions you ask.
Yeah. After we've transferred everything into her pockets.
Yeah,
you
basically-
just sat silently. She's getting ready for bed and gone to sleep.
And then she fell asleep because you were just sitting there in complete silence the entire time. So
I forget. So, Bo, you just want to stay out for tonight? Or
he
you rather
does
go
like
back?
a little shimmy dance. Yes.
All right.
Shaky.
I assume Vinny comes over to dance with.
Oh yeah. And then the shaky shake.
All right. You have fun with that.
He's having fun with that.
I'm assuming scrolls also have a pound of weight?
No, scrolls have no weight at all.
No weight at all?
No, you can totally jab it into the bag. Yeah.
Awesome.
Into the
Okay,
shared pocket.
jab-
Yeah.
I jabbed
Jab
the
away.
scroll.
That's just going to be our library of scrolls because officially they now have no weight and therefore you can put as many in
I
as
will
you like.
call it a limit at some point because there's like actually with every bag you have like volume
Mhm.
Which
as
scroll
well
is
as
that?
weight.
Volume 874
No, I mean
from the
bags
Great
have
Library of
volume as
Alexandria.
well. It's not
Yeah,
just
because of that-
weight.
Yeah, because of that, I'd rather go with half a pound of volume, like not just weight.
Oh,
Yeah,
that, it wouldn't be correct, but like yeah, you can a reasonable amount of scrolls I will be happy with, right?
100 pieces of paper is a pound if you go by that limit.
So we can fit quite a few.
The thing is like the scrolls
Okay,
are
so-
usually rolled up into
quarter,
tubes, so
okay.
it's a bit like But
Okay,
yeah,
I'm going with a quarter. Okay,
Yeah.
okay, a quarter pound.
if you're putting
Alright.
them into like a bookish with like book, how do you call it, the front and the back
Binding.
yeah, not necessarily binding them into the book, but like you just basically like a folder, right? If you put them in a folder like flat, then you can fit 100, no problem.
Yeah, alright, I put scroll of protection that we had in the
Like,
saddlebag.
I'm gonna call
Abby,
bullshit
you
if you
can
start
put your-
having 1,000 scrolls in that bag. Like,
But you can put your separate one in there as well.
Oh, perfect. I'll do that right now.
Is it just one?
It's the scroll of invisibility. Yeah.
It's just one. Okay, so I'm adding the quarter weight. And we're keeping track of shit. Better yet, I'm keeping track of shit.
it's not a quarter of the weight. Like, if it's like a pound divided by 100, then it's 0.001.
It's how I'm mentally counting it. I don't want it to be full of scrolls, but like a
Okay, then
quarter
count
pound,
it at
like, volume,
0.01. There you go.
0.0?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
You fucking kidding me?
That's
What?
just too
Okay.
much maths.
It's the weight of a coin. That's yeah. There you go.
Okay. It's now 5 pounds and 52 combo points.
Yes. I will call here a break because I need to go to the bathroom.
Sure.
Alright,
Yeah.
be right back then as well.
Okay, boy.
Boy.
talk about the cat's balls.
They can.
Yeah.
And some of them are small, and size don't exist.
Yep, and some of them are weirdly vanishing into the thighs.
So
don't
we're
know
back
about them.
talking about cat balls. I love you guys so much. It's amazing.
What a lack thereof.
Love you too. Stay weird, everybody.
We shall cherish these memories. Like, 5 years from now, one of us will like re-listen to these sessions. It's like, oh yeah, this is the day when we were talking about, cat balls.
Who is
I mean-
clicking on the chest the whole time? What
Sorry.
the fuck?
I just look. What? You can see when I click on the chest.
Yeah, you posted. You clicked on the icon,
Oh,
so you
shit.
posted it in chat.
Shit. Sorry.
You posted it in chat. You click on the text. The text,
Sorry.
not the icon.
Sorry.
You want to sneak on my clothing, huh?
I was
It's a
clicking.
lot.
Sorry for clicking on your chest.
Don't
I'm
worry.
Yikes.
Out of context. Wow.
sorry.
Anyway.
I mean, she was gonna grab my tube, so.
Wow, okay. Whoa.
Whoa.
That's a zinger. That's a comeback.
Amazing. Okay, let's continue.
Alright.
So yeah, you talked to Bo. Samira snored away in the meantime because, you were talking in your head.
I could also talk in Infernal if she was sleeping anyway, because she doesn't wake up.
Yeah.
Correct.
Right.
Yep.
Yeah, I was probably just in my head. Better that way.
So yeah, he doing the dancing with Winnie.
Yeah, I'm passing the fuck out. Like,
So
Fair.
it was around 1 a.m. So
Yeah.
Vieira comes back around 3:21.
Yep.
You agreed it by Happy
Braff
Vermilius.
will be back. Yeah, you'll find Bo and Winnie dancing in the room.
they're
Some-
still dancing.
How do I get into the room is the real question.
You
You
have
have
keys.
keys.
We
How did
just
they get
assumed.
into the room?
We were already in the room.
You left us there.
We were in there. And you
Right.
departed.
Are you okay,
Okay.
Chris?
Not really, but sure. Let's go.
Oh, okay.
It's fine. Yeah, so I get back about 3:21. Vieira will settle down.
And Braff
She's
will
not
get
gonna,
back around 4:30.
yeah, she's not going to go to sleep until he's back. And once he's back, then she'll go to sleep.
Okay. So then I'll count 4 hours from there.
9 a.m. wake up time.
1, 2,
Yeah.
3, 4. So Vieira
all
is
of
up
us.
first, and then half an hour later will be Cassius and Samira.
She'll wake up and just kind of ruffle Ibrath and kind of make sure he's settled.
Mm-hmm.
And then, yeah, she'll, presuming the food is too old, she won't bother pulling out food. She's just going to cast Good Berry and she'll eat one of those.
Mm-hmm.
And then she'll settle down and just sorting her equipment
Mm-hmm.
out, going through everything, packing it, making sure it's all clean, etc. Because she has a habit of keeping her gear maintained, being in the wild. So, yeah, she's just going to do that. She's going to investigate the bow to see if she can find any kind of changes to it, any kind of differences with it. Obviously curious about the connection she had where it was interested in her hunting difficult prey.
Roll me a nature check with advantage.
First time I've opened my character sheet today. Nature check with advantage. There you go.
What the fuck was the other roll? A
There's
three.
my
5
nature
and
check
3,
with
right?
advantage.
Yeah, 5 and a 3.
What's your best? It's a 13. Wow, okay.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
an intelligence
no.
stat. I'm not very
Yeah.
great at it. so-
You having in your head what you have from last night, right?
Mhm.
And the prior 3 days where you were hunting, because there were like things that you have done and spoken about as well. You seem to be not like focused enough mentally to like really get a sense of what is different. It looks normal to you.
Okay. Okay. All good. I will leave it about another 10 minutes, and I'll then cast Enhance Ability Charisma on myself, which I think is Eagle Splendor. And yeah, that's pretty much it.
Okay, and then around 9 o'clock, about 20 minutes later, to wake up.
Morning.
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 So.
Yep.
Meaning.
No.
Before we go in depth, we use the pocket. Stick the key in there. There's a bunch of potions already in.
That also.
Yeah.
Good. Did you sew the pocket into something of mine?
It's tieable, so if you want, I can do it for you.
Okay.
Because it's removable, so it's for ties.
That would be good.
Alright.
Trying to think of what the best thing would probably be.
Yeah, put the key in there too, so we don't have to run around like idiots next time.
Yeah, it's a good idea.
I love doing that.
My cloak's probably the best thing to tie it into. I don't know how hard that is.
Just quickly rubbing sand out of my eyes before I make grabby hands to give those two things to me so I can get that settled out.
Okay. Viera hands the cloak and presumably the pocket.
Yeah, squinty-eyed tying.
If, like, my shirt is somewhere over there, next to you. Thanks.
Waving my hands in his direction, not even acknowledging him.
So, where are we at? Yeah.
Nowhere. I tried to make contact, didn't make any kind of contact. So I can only assume they are busy, and we should probably just let Layla continue with what she's doing in that case. Maybe it wasn't a waste of time after all.
So isn't that gonna be like against you guys' deal? Like isn't that gonna be rude?
No, it's not against the deal. No. That wasn't part of any kind of deal or oath or whatever that I made. He just said that he could make it available.
Okay, so it's gonna
not
be no
necessarily
problem.
that he would. No, it won't be a problem. He's expecting us to have all 4 items at some point, so he obviously knows that we're going to need to get that one in order to get the next 2.
Okay.
So yeah, so we should let Layla and Everhire go ahead with the ritual, I guess, and I don't know how we can help them with that, but
so Layla mentioned that it would require like energy, right? And if
I vaguely remember that, but
one person does it and they are completely drained.
Like more draw people... magic from us, maybe?
That's a guess. One thing that I also mentioned to Samira, we didn't really talk with Layla about this, but getting possibly mercenaries because the map is locatable, but the problem is that we don't know which mercenaries we can trust. If we pay them enough, you can always trust them.
Personally, the less people involved, the better, from my perspective.
Alright.
If the only people who know we're doing this are us, Everhire, and Layla, then...
Yeah, and the rest of the researchers,
Yeah.
Then that's probably a better thing. So...
I thought as much, but I thought to float the idea at least.
It's good to float the shit, yeah. I mean, if all 3 of us agreed, we could have asked her, but you know, this is get true that less know the better.
What?
Siegfried rolls, I know we hear the clattering.
Yeah. Then this is like the giggle afterwards.
Oh my god. Oh.
There's a zooming as Vinny, at my request, brings over your shirt, Cassius, so I can tie your stuff there too. So I don't have to sit up and get it.
Wow.
But at least I'm doing it for you, you know?
No, like, no comment from me. Okay, so...
Yeah, we gotta wait then.
so we should just
You need
be
to check
available.
Discord, Chin. I don't know how to type in chat.
It's /WGM. Like,
I have the same
Yeah,
problem.
okay.
Slash
Okay.
W Shinny.
Whatever.
That also works.
Yep.
If
I hate
if anyone
that.
wants to know,
Okay.
just a reminder, my passive insight is now 18. Just just throwing out.
Mine is 9.
yeah.
Yeah, and I'm tired and squinting and busy, so it's
Yeah.
-5, I'm saying. It's
only
frustrating.
only an 18, Cassius.
Oh, you're better at deception now. Interesting.
No, wait, Westcast is 18. Isn't it 20?
It's 18
Okay.
because it's with because of expertise. And then observant doesn't go for passive insight in the end. So this is what it's staying at for now until I increase my intelligence.
Yeah, it's investigation and deception. Yeah, all right.
Because I'm
Yeah.
confused because your sheet says 20 is your passive.
What?
Yeah.
Mhm.
You're looking at the
it
right
says
sheet.
Oh, sorry,
18.
insight. Oh, yeah, I was
Yeah,
looking at your deception. Oh my god,
No,
I'm an idiot.
the deception.
No,
is,
your insight is
20.
18. Yeah, sorry.
Nice on the 20.
Oh man, GM is like silly. It's like, why is it 18? What the fuck? Like, no, I was looking at yeah, it's 18. Okay, I'm silly.
No worries.
All good.
All
All
good.
good.
All good in the hood. Anyway, so
Mhm.
you're all awake. You were talking about, so
Yeah, so we're going to assist Layla with,
Yeah.
or Avahira, I guess, really,
Mhm.
with the ritual.
Yeah, we gotta wait until they come back for that to happen. So we gotta wait and occupy the time.
Did she say anything about when she might?
Today or
finding-
tomorrow. I haven't
Oh,
heard anything.
okay.
Yeah, today or tomorrow.
Today or
One or the other.
Okay.
Maybe she's gonna pop up on a usual evening dinner thing, but who knows? Maybe she's gonna come tomorrow morning, like always.
That's true. We'll see her for dinner tonight, seemingly.
Yeah.
Presuming.
Presumably. yeah.
Presuming.
Presuming.
Presumably.
Presumable.
Presuming.
Well, it's early.
Well,
Okay,
she
I
said it
mean,
again.
one thing that I don't know, we did all the registration, like we went to the notary, right?
Mm-hmm.
But we do need to go there for the
Yeah,
Well,
the magic.
magical thing.
If we're gone
Yeah.
tomorrow, we should do it ahead of time, right?
Well, it's only on the first we have to do it. We shouldn't
That's
do
the-
it before that because
I
then
mean, we don't know
that'll.
how long we're gonna be gone, though.
That's the ultimate date. So, like, we shouldn't like make an appointment or something.
Ooh, I don't know.
Presumably, our notary will be doing that for us because they're.
you have to be in
isn't
person
that-
there for the magical check. The notary will handle all the paperwork, all the appointments,
Yeah,
but you
Yeah,
have
but
to be in person.
but they're going to tell
Did
us
they give
when
us
the
a date?
appointment is.
Well, I mean, they
On the first,
they
presumably.
go with what you would prefer, right?
On the first.
Well, yeah. However, at least Cassius will have the presence of mind to understand if Lila's coming back today or tomorrow,
Yeah.
and this is a pressing matter.
Yeah.
You might not be in the city.
we should
Yes.
do it today when we
As
have
I've
to,
said,
like,
yeah.
we should do it today. Like, maybe we're not here for the first, and then we're basically too
But then
late.
But then we're not here.
Yeah, but then when we come back, I guess we just then do it again.
Yeah, what if we leave the city and we're gone for like 2 months?
I doubt it.
Yeah, sure.
I don't know. If we have the time for today, I would say we can try to.
I mean, the magic thing is, I honestly doubt that we are gonna have be gone for a whole month. So we should do the magic thing today.
Okay.
I think so.
You can do the
nothing else
magic
planned,
test today, and the rest of the stuff the notary can handle on the first before you
Yeah.
guys.
Exactly.
I should also get a chest, but that's quick.
Yes.
So
I'm
it's
not letting your
a
shit just
shopping
float around.
day.
I just need to get the chest and.
Yeah, unless you
That's
guys have
Is,
plans,
is there anything else outstanding from a perspective of us picking stuff up?
I don't think so, no.
I mean, we have a bunch of potions. I was like thinking about getting ready for this ritual. The thing is, we don't really know what's going to happen. Of course not. But we have a few potions now in the pocket. I have one on my person as well.
I have the small healing, like the pearls and the normal
Yeah.
healing. Figured something on the person, which is good to have if
Yeah,
someone else
exactly.
needs it.
So if there's something else that we can think of, could go
I
into
don't
shop.
really- I don't know. Do you have did your the pendant for draft, did that already get sorted?
Yeah, that's already
Okay.
been sorted. So that
Awesome.
was finished while we were busy training.
Okay. So I don't really I can't really think of much else.
Okay.
Well,
So breakfast, magical test.
breakfast magic test, and I'm gonna try to get some of that fucking weaving project finished. Yeah. Let's go. Get
Okay.
ready. Eat.
So I guess we're gonna take breakfast first, and then try to go do the magical test.
Mhm.
I guess.
Yeah,
In
sure.
city to get that all squared out.
Okay.
And I'm gonna also like buy a chest in the meantime.
With the notary's
Just,
help, you actually manage to cut the line as well, because the notaries get priority past like people just showing up, right? And
That's
have
why
to
you
say-
get them beforehand.
Yes.
There we go.
This is why we had to wait so long
Amazing.
last time. First of the
Yep.
month's everyone's magical reevaluation test.
Well, the notaries are like they're not just like lawyers or like accountants in the city. They do work. They are actually employed by the city itself. So they are higher valued because they know the organization. They show up with exactly what is needed. You know, they don't have to be told what needs to be done. You know, so basically, they have preference in a multitude of ways, which is, you know, but also because they're really fucking good at making appointments, right? So yeah. So they earned they have earned the position to be able to cut the line if they need to push something quickly, right? Like in your situation. So, you know, it's not like quite instant. So the notary will tell you to come back like in 4 hours, and like to meet him at the building. But yeah, it's quicker than you having to stand there all day and maybe then having
How
to
do
come
you
back
get to
tomorrow.
that building if you don't have an inner city pass?
Well, you go for the customs. There is
How
a
do you get
gate
to
on the back.
customs?
There's a gate in the
Okay.
back, yeah.
You get escorted, I assume.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Here, I'll show you. Wait.
How much does the magic like reassessment cost?
Here. It's the back gate here, right?
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah,
Does the magic reassessment cost shit?
I've got 156 gold.
Well, I got 156.
The assessment does cost, yes.
156? That doesn't seem correct.
That was for all three of us.
Yeah.
It was 50 gold each and 2 gold for the piece of paper.
All right.
Oh,
Each.
that's the inner city pass. 50 for inner city pass.
Wasn't it the same for the magic?
I think the magic was
The same too? Okay.
It's 1 gold per paper and 10 gold per test.
Ah. Let me
Okay.
note that down then. So 11 GP per person. So
I've
it's
got,
33 for all of us, plus the
I've
150.
got 12 gold per spell level is what we paid last time monthly.
Oh yeah, for each level.
Magic
yes.
permit.
Magic permit per spell level. Yeah.
Per spell level. Okay,
Here.
so
And I'm a 3rd spell level caster.
These are my notes
presumably, so
from that session. This is where I wrote down how much initially
per level.
costed. Yeah.
So 33 per person then. I assume we're all
36
third level,
per
right?
person.
36?
Well, yeah, it's 12 per spell level.
12 per spell level.
Is what I've got written down from that session.
Okay, let me just adjust that note. Alright, 36 per person. Yeah. Alright, plus the 150, where I assume we're
108.
paying the inner city ahead of time, so the notary could have it for the first.
I assume so, yeah. So it's 108 and 156. 264.
64. What kind of 36 times 3 plus the 150? What else are you adding?
Well, the inner city pass is 2 gold per permit for each of us too, so that's 156.
Okay.
Is what we paid originally, anyway. Unless they just stamp the existing permit we already have with approved for 1 more month.
264 then. I am going to be reducing that from the group funds.
Mm-hmm.
Do we actually have any group funds?
Don't worry, we have group funds.
Okay.
We are getting low, and that's why I'm telling you guys to get some jobs in the future, but we have group funds.
That's
To
it,
get
everybody.
some
Get
jobs
out
in
and
the
get a
future.
job.
All right, Mom.
I mean, you gotta think about your future, kiddos.
I'm
Amazing.
good. I have 398 platinum pieces. Oh, all right.
Yeah.
I
Crikey,
don't need
Cassius
a
is
job.
paying. Cassius is paying.
I mean, feel free to invite us out sometimes. Come on, don't be stingy.
Oh, I
yeah.
take offense to that.
You have about 4 hours to kill before you go register, and then afterwards, and the registration is like what, half an hour to an hour, because you have to like show like what it is you're registering.
Vieira's gonna head to a bank.
Yeah.
The bank.
The bank. Okay.
Because she's carrying 850 gold around.
Yeah. Okay.
Damn.
Yeah.
Which
You
is
head
nuts.
to the bank.
So-
Yes.
I'm going to convert some of that into platinum. And she's also... I will message you later. Going
Mhm.
to do something else.
What time is it currently?
Well, I mean, when you left the safe house, it was 10.
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
so
It's 14:00. At 1400, you have to be at the customs building.
so at 15 roughly, we're back in the place. Then. Yeah, all right, I'm going to my training in the afternoon then. Good to know. So I'm gonna kill 4 hours of time. What the fuck am I doing?
I'm gonna buy a chest if you want to join me.
Yeah, let's go
And
shopping.
I mean,
I'll
also
take-
taking into account that you spent like half an hour going to the notary and then setting this up, right? So it's not like
Yeah.
full 4
Yeah.
hours. Yeah.
I'm
I'll-
accompanying you.
I'll take you out for lunch as well. There,
Oh.
there you go.
Wow, nobody's
Thank you.
taking out Vieira.
Very sweet of you.
Right.
She goes off for her bank thing on her own and doing
Yeah,
other
she's got
secret
plenty
stuff.
of money on her own.
Like she's gone. Like she says, like I'm going to head to the bank. Okay, bye. I was gonna pay for her lunch as well, but
Huh? If she wants to go, be a lone wolf. Does she?
So you're gonna pay lunch at 10:30?
breakfast,
Okay.
brunch, second breakfast. I don't
I
know.
figure we go doing a bit of window shopping. You get your chest, and then we're gonna have lunch.
Yeah.
Maybe at that point, Vera can meet back up with us.
Yeah, I mean, she's not going to be gone hours.
Yeah.
So
So lunch proper at.
she's just going to convert some bulky coin
So yeah,
You do
around
not
12 you
separate.
converge again together.
All right. I'll pay for lunch for everyone.
Thank you kindly.
Thank
Yeah.
you.
Don't want to be
Very
called
nice.
stingy. Assholes.
Nobody wants to be a stingy asshole.
Exactly.
How much does lunch cost me?
As you choke like this together, you all three get this like sense of like, well, I mean, you had quite a while now without anything big happening, right? And considering that the whole thing with like finding the sextant is coming closer now and might now speed up, right? And especially with like having 2 of the items, to finding the rest of the like 4 of the set, right? It might just be that you're like starting to kick off something that is like very rapid succession. So yeah, this might be the last day you have to chill like this and like, you know, talk about things, spend time together and stuff like that before it gets chaotic.
Preparing apocalypse spell? Gotcha.
That's not ominous at all. I don't like how you worded that.
We'll
Yep.
be fine.
We'll be
Yeah,
fine.
no worries.
How are we on stuff like healers kits and all that kind of stuff?
We have a pack of 10, a fresh pack in currently in the saddlebag, but I can transfer
Okay.
it over to the haversack.
We should.
And I have a pack of
Fairly
let me
good
look.
for potions and antitoxins.
And I have a pack of
stuff.
7 charges still on my own person.
Okay.
So we should be fine. Let me just transfer that over.
You seem good.
Boop. Fresh one is in the haversack now. Alrighty.
I'm also gonna put the cold weather clothing in the portable hole, if you don't mind.
Just you
Yeah,
don't
it's
put
coming up
it
for
itself. Just add it under the chest like I did. Okay.
Okay.
Otherwise, so we don't crouch it.
Yeah. Gotcha.
Thank you. If it fits in the chest, then the chest itself has the own volume. You don't have to add the weight or anything like that. You know.
It should still fit.
Yeah.
I need to should put the weights.
The
of
chest, I
clothes in
think,
there.
is in. Yeah, it has itself like 12 cubic feet, 300 pounds gear place, so it should fit
300
fine
pounds.
for
Oh,
a
okay.
lot of space.
Do you need
So-
extra bags for those chests?
No, I do it. I assume it's fine if you just, bullet point shit under that,
Okay,
like
okay.
I did.
Yeah.
If it fits inside of a chest, we don't have to have a separate inventory, since
No,
it's already
honestly, that
contained
would
in a
drive me more
container.
crazy.
Exactly.
So.
Yeah. So feel free to ask me or just push it in there if it's something special and you want to have a scene later on once we're in private. You would actually take that portable hole out.
Yeah, no, it's going to be more like smaller thing. Well, actually, just a cold weather clothing for now. I'm good.
Yeah.
Rest
Oh,
of-
actually, I'm gonna add the Hag gem emerald also in there, since that's
Oh yeah, good.
pretty
one.
cool item. We don't want hanging out.
Oh, we still have that one. We didn't. We said we would offer it for the auction, but
Yeah, but we didn't have to.
No.
We didn't have to. Also, during our window shopping, are we going to commission a replica case of lead? We have time to-
yes, good. Thank you for reminding me. I was going to do that as well.
Mhm.
So I'm probably going to back to the same place where I got the lead case for the dagger, and very briefly show them the case. I ask Amira to take this out in private first.
Yeah.
I mean, if
We're
you make
flipping-
sketches, if you're making proper
Oh yeah,
sketches
the
of the
sketch
thing,
would also work. Yeah.
Yeah.
I assume we're paying extra to keep silence.
you
I
don't
just pay
have to.
well.
If you give them sketches, you don't.
I just make sketches of a lead case, and I don't haggle down. I just pay
Okay.
the full amount. That's it.
Awesome. All right.
So a lead case. Oof.
I'm opening up the shop to tell you what it will cost. because it's gonna be a map case. Map. Okay, it's gonna cost you 20 gold.
Ooh, do we want to have one for the
Sorry,
map?
no,
and
it's
for
gonna
the
cost
cigarette
you
case?
actually 100 gold because it's a lot of lead.
100 gold?
Yep. It's a
Alright.
map, like the bananas map is big.
Oh, I
Right.
think we're also
No,
talking
no, no.
about.
I'm talking about the
cigarette
small
case.
case.
Replica
the tube.
for the small tube,
Tube.
that Cassius
Yeah.
bought.
Ah,
do we
that
want- do
one.
we
That's
want
20 gold.
two?
That's 20
Oh.
gold.
Do we
Yeah.
want both?
No,
No. Okay.
we don't need both. The case that the map comes in is already good enough.
As a replica, I mean.
The
as
tube
a
thing
fake.
is if you're going for the
No.
for the
You
replica
don't
of the
need a
tube, then
replica.
it's just 20 gold.
Okay,
Alright, that's
I'll front that, and Lena, if you could import that.
Okay,
in
sorry,
the-
because you kept saying map case, so I assumed you meant the bananas map case.
No, I'm in the. Actually, I can just like copy over the cigar case from the portable hole into the handy haversack and make
Yeah.
it replica.
I adjusted your. I assume you wanted me to adjust your coinage, right?
Sure. Yeah, that's
Since
fine.
since you asked me to do something.
Thank you.
Okay.
And then I'll put in the lead cigar case here.
Oh, do you get it
and
immediately?
replica. Oh yeah. How long is that going to take?
A day.
A day. Okay.
Okay.
I'll just put it in for now and
Yeah,
just
leave
say
it in. You already put it in. Leave
pick
in.
it up. I'll make a note.
We know it's tomorrow.
I'll ask them to deliver it at the deadly door. Actually,
Yeah. No problem. We'll be there at noon tomorrow.
perfect.
So. Perfect. That's good. Yeah. We got that done then as well.
Yep.
Mhm.
And I think for the rest of the time we just
Yeah.
Chill.
Lovely light banter. Until our appointment at 2.
You spend an hour in the common, in the customs. And then, yeah, what else do you do?
I'm going back to the safe house to have some time training.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll fit in my. Yeah, unless we have, like, when's the meeting that we always have?
8.
At 8. Okay, I'll just add 5 horas. And, yeah. Let's see if she's even there, if Layla came back. If not, then I'm continuing my training. At 8, is Layla back?
No, she's not.
Okay. I will continue then.
So yeah, she's gonna be probably back. So she said she's gonna be either back today or tomorrow. So it's tomorrow, unless something went horribly wrong.
Okay.
Like Cassius is writing like, oh, she's not back yet. It's wrong. But
He's,
stay
yeah,
cool,
yeah,
stay cool.
In the meantime, like because Samira is gonna be training, I don't know what 3 hours going to do, but Cassius will just probably take a scroll around to the city, and if he's by himself, he will go to the main outlook.
Are you announcing you're going for a stroll around the city?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, I will definitely come with.
Okay, yeah.
If I assume Samira, you're going to be okay on your own.
I'll be just fine.
Okay. Is this night time?
No, that should be like
Yep.
3:30 at this point.
Okay. So Ibrath is still kind of asleep. Is he looking like he wants to come out?
No,
No. Okay.
he's
She'll leave him. Then.
passed the fuck out.
Yeah, she'll leave him.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll come with. Best to travel in twos when
Sure.
we're out and about anyway.
Yeah.
So,
Fair enough. Yeah, so I think probably just around the outside area and then inside. I'll then not go to the outlook, not go to the main outlook. I'll just go around the city.
Which part of the city?
Inner city. Just
Yeah. I know it's the inner city, but there's like parts to it as well.
I don't know. We have quite a few hours, so I guess for
I was like, are you gonna be more here? Or are you gonna be more here? You know.
Chris says around number 13.
We can walk around the cliff edge and have a look out at the sea.
Mhm.
Make it a scenic tour.
Sure.
As we're walking, so I spoke to a mutual friend, Our Lady of the Forest.
Ah. Okay.
And obviously you were asking, you asked all of us some questions about the crystal kind of shortly before we all departed our separate ways for a few days.
Mhm.
And I figured, obviously, she has the same situation. I don't want to call it an issue because it's not an issue. She's in the same circumstance as you with the crystal side of
Yeah.
things.
Mhm.
So I did talk to her a bit about that. As she pointed out, she is around. All you have to do is head out of the city and call for her, and she will show up. She's going to be around for a while, but not too long. So if you do want to talk to her, probably best to do today or tomorrow.
Okay.
Up to you. Entirely up to you. Obviously, I just thought that I would ask her if she was okay with talking to you about it, because you obviously were, I don't know, kind of confused, had some questions, weren't really sure about the situation, that kind of thing. And as she's already kind of been through some of what you've been through, it made sense to ask her if she would be able to kind of help out, or at least point you in the right direction. So she said that she's obviously happy to help if you've got questions. You just need to head out and call for her, ultimately.
Okay. All right.
So that's one thing.
Mhm.
I don't think there's anything else in particular that I do want to raise, only that I spoke to her a bit about the father as well, because I know you and Samira both keep talking about kind of going to visit the father side of things.
Or see if that's even possible. Yeah.
Yeah, I get the impression it is possible, and in the Temple of the Father is the best place to do it.
Mhm.
We know there's a temple in the city, so if that is something you guys want to do, it's probably best to do it while we're here.
Mhm.
So again, probably today or tomorrow, as we're not sure what the deal is with Layla and whether that means we'll be here or somewhere else for the near future. I don't have any particular questions I'm interested in finding out from the father, if he's even going to answer questions. But if you guys are interested, I'm obviously happy to come with. The advice that I was given was that you basically have to ask questions keeping in mind the father is like a child who doesn't know what it's like to live. Or to be alive, probably. Which kind of makes sense. Think of it from the perspective of a being who never knows death, never knows disease, never knows life, really. They don't live, they have a purpose, they do that purpose. That is it. Hence why abstract questions probably come with zero answers. You have to be specific because the being itself has a purpose. That purpose might encompass an awful lot of things, including life and population of the world, etc. But ultimately, that's its purpose, not its understanding. It doesn't necessarily have to understand what it's doing in order to do it.
Right. It's like no motivation. It's just doing its job, so to speak.
And the motivation is to do its job.
True.
So if that job is keeping the world alive at all costs, and that means secluding half of it inside the world to protect that half from the other half, then that's what it's going to do. Obviously, I don't know if splitting the world off, well, I mean, indirectly, it was alluded to the fact that it was the father's doing as well. And possibly not his wisest decision.
I don't think I can judge about it being wise or not.
Without knowing the full detail of it, no one can. So,
Yeah.
but I just thought kind of those two things. Obviously, if you're interested in talking to Tiffany, she's there. She's around. She isn't always around. You can't just summon her. She has to be kind of nearby. And yeah, so she's going to be around for the next, I got the impression, like the next week, maybe. So if you're interested in talking, obviously there's that. If you're interested in asking questions of the father, keep them simple, to the point, to the purpose, and you'll probably get answers from them. Yeah, so
Okay.
I just thought I'd let you know. Obviously it's been a bit, I don't know, for a quiet period, I feel like I've been running around a lot the past few days.
Sounds counterproductive to what we said.
Yeah, we've had a fair share of odd moments, like sitting at the cafes and stuff for lunch and whatever, but in between that, it feels like I've been running around and doing a lot of running around. The last thing, I was wondering if you could take a look at my bow.
Oh.
Like the magical thing that you do, and also I tried to have a look. I think I'm just a little bit distracted. There's a lot going on, so
okay.
I couldn't sense or feel anything. But a few days ago, I did have the overwhelming desire to hunt something elusive or difficult in that sense, not necessarily dangerous. But I got the impression the bow was kind of giving me those feelings, and therefore I know it's a Sorrowwood bow. I know the history of that as far as my people go. I don't really know if it's magical or not. I don't know if we've tried to find out if there's anything deeper to that or not.
Guys did
When
I know we briefly looked. Yeah.
I did do my thing on it.
Right.
I didn't really get anything from. At least I didn't feel any magical energy from it, like some of the other items that we have.
Yeah.
As a reminder, sorry to step in here, before you, Cassius, and by extension Viera. What you felt is the magical potential. This bow has the potential to become a very powerful magical bow. It is of a magical material itself, but it has no magical effect on it as of now. It is beyond. It's not just a magical material.
That's changed in the meantime. So if Cassius can have a look and see if anything has changed, then obviously something changed with me recently.
Sure. I mean, I definitely know what it feels like, certain things giving you feelings or impulses. Yeah. Actually, well, first of all, thank you for talking to our friend in the forest.
Yeah, sure.
Actually, if you have a moment now, like with her, it's with the father. I need to talk with Samira.
Yeah, of course, that needs to be a group conversation.
And that's like to make those questions that specific. But with Tiffany, I'm a little bit more just on her experience because she experienced this as well.
Yeah.
And to a further stage. I just, from that side, I can just ask her straight away. And just, and I don't know, like I said last time, I'm not so, last time we spoke, I was much more worried about what exactly it was doing and to what end and how that would influence me. I'm now just more interested in learning, seeing from her point of view. And
yeah, I did ask a little bit because I did point out obviously that we'd talked about trying to communicate with it. There was a lot of laughter involved. Not in a that's a silly idea kind of way, more in a case of like she's been there, done that kind of way. And the only thing, I mean, I'm just going through it in my head. There was a lot discussed. So she basically pointed out that once she realized that the sun up there is the same being as the sun in your back, basically, she stopped trying to ask the crystal in her back the questions and started asking the sun up there the questions. And she was doing the same sort of thing, detect thoughts, which normally, as she I pointed out, obviously I don't know the spell, I can't do that one. She used to be an enchanter, and although the distance might seem unfeasible, it seemed to work.
Okay.
So maybe ask your questions upwards, not downwards. I'm not sure even how that works. But I figure as you can cast the same spell, you might know what that means.
I mean, I could try, but then I have a very specific question for her, given my experience. If I try to communicate with the crystal, it basically blew out my mind and bounced everything back inside because I was in the secure zone in the house.
Right. Yeah. So maybe that was trying to get out.
Maybe. But I would like to ask her first what kind of precautions she took, because I imagine maybe it was because this is only a splinter and
this is Tiffany we're talking about. She didn't take precautions.
Fair enough. I should have considered that. But
I can't imagine she did. But by all means, have that
on behalf of the NPC.
Have that conversation with her first, because it doesn't hurt to ask those questions.
No, exactly. Absolutely. I mean, this definitely helps. Yeah, like I said, if you're available, and I mean, we have a moment now.
We have a moment now.
I don't mind you being there at all. So
I can always step away and just be nearby if that's what you want, or you can keep me there. But I mean, detect thoughts, I can't hear it anyway, so.
I'm gonna talk with her first.
Yeah, sure.
I'm not gonna do that thing immediately, right?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Get prepared first. Yeah. Get the questions.
Yeah.
So you guys heading out right now?
We can head out. Yep.
Amazing.
Why not? I'm dressed for it, so.
I'm definitely not, but.
Viera's dressed in studded leathers and common clothes.
Wow.
Yeah. So it takes
she's dressed to go.
About 50 minutes to get out of the city proper, because you're on the very edge towards the ocean, right?
Yeah, Viera will expedite that with long striders to speed us up.
Mm-hmm. Well, you're not gonna run over people to get out of the city. It's weird.
100% I am.
Yeah, totally. Okay, let me adjust this to nature sounds. Awesome. Oh shit. Wait, give me a second. I need to change the scenery to actual nature. When I actually didn't plan that. Amazing.
As we're passing by the house on the way out of the city, it'll be like, that's the house.
Ooh.
Big
Nice.
fancy gate in the stone wall. Not fancy, it's like a big wooden gate in the stone wall, I should say.
I mean, it looks good. Nice. It's pretty big.
It's like a large manor house, basically, with an outbuilding for the smithy.
Well, I'll be very curious to see it from the inside.
We can show you the floor plan and the maps later.
Just inside, no maps, plans.
Oh, steady.
Sorry.
Steady.
And then
Falling
Cassius
up.
fell down the stairs.
So distracted about the house. He doesn't fall down the stairs. Come on. Not with that acrobatics.
Whee!
What acrobatics?
Shush. It's pretty decent.
It's probably better than mine, to be fair.
17
Anyway.
Maybe not.
now. Anyways. Yeah, so
Yeah. So
passing
we
by
head
the
out.
house, going into nature. Amazing.
Just what you didn't want to do a couple of hours ago.
Vieira is good enough to find you dry spots to walk on, so you don't have to like stamp into swamp water.
We follow the road.
You're not gonna find Tiffany on the road.
Yeah. And then basically going to take him to where she did her training for 3 days, essentially. Yeah. Because that's the spot she knows she turned up at, so that's where she'd go back.
So it's soon getting dark when you arrive there. What to do?
Cass just stands around, so like
Call her name. She'll show up.
just like that. No,
Yeah.
like woogly boogly.
I mean, you can do a little campfire and a little dance if you like, but
Okay.
no one else will see that part.
I'll just call it her name. How about that? And yeah, let's call for Tiffany. Hello.
After a while, there's like a white monkey that like jumps across the branches and then comes zipping down a tree, and then jumps off the tree and mid-movement transforms into her. He's like, "Hi."
Hi.
Hi.
How are you? Thank you for coming.
Bouncy.
Bouncy.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
You know, because monkeys, they bounce. No,
Don't they swing?
they can also bounce.
Okay.
Depends on the monkey.
Sure.
This was the bouncy type, in case you wondered. You're welcome. Finger guns.
Yeah, thank. Finger guns back. I will surely use that
So take it,
information.
she talked to you, and then you now talk to me.
Yeah, basically.
Awesome. Well,
That's the gist of it. I mean, we talked before about the big old crystal boy.
well, I
in my
wouldn't call
bag.
him crystal ball. That's a bit, rude.
But you know what I mean.
Yes, I should point out that he's her friend.
He is my friend. Yes.
I guess he's also my friend.
No, I don't know. I mean, you're very close with each other.
Yeah, I haven't really explored that relationship that much. That's actually what I want to ask you about. So Vera already told you, or maybe told like about making contact, and she told me that you started asking questions, to him, but
I mean,
up there.
I have to point out, I don't know what she told you, but like my experience was different than yours, and both of our experiences are pretty unique. It's not like exactly what I went through makes me the ultimate expert on everything, because I was the first that it ever happened to, and as far as I know, you're the second. So this is the control group I have.
Sure, but it is. At
and
least
I
one
talked to him before he became part of my body, so that's also different. And talk, she makes quotation marks.
Right. I mean, at least it's a extra experience. Otherwise, I'm just basing it off nothing, right?
So what's up?
So when I communicated with him, well, at least what I experienced, I detected thoughts and kind of communicated, and it showed me a bunch of images. But what mostly concerned me, because it was so much to comprehend, it kind of shattered my mind. I was in a room, so it all kind of bounced back, hopefully, all of it. But when you talk with him, up there, what do you feel? Like, how is it for you?
It's different. How to put this? The first time when I talked to him, it was just, I didn't even know there was a him, right? It was a piece of magical science. It was used as part of an enchantment of a device, of a magical device. And I was trying to figure out what makes those magical devices work that smartly. It was beyond anything I had ever seen as an enchanter, because there's limitations. Usually when you enchant things, you need to know the type of magic and how to perform it. And while you can combine effects also across multiple enchanters, there is a limit to what you can achieve. And the more you pile it on, the more difficult it becomes, and to the point of like, you cannot pile it on anymore. These enchantments were not based off of spells. It was almost like you were just channeling your ability into it, and it would just intelligently do what you wanted it to do, and then smartly apply it. And I was fascinated by the material, because I've never seen anything like that. Although I have seen something like that, but not in this world. And the thing that I have seen should have not existed like in such a simple crystalline material, if you will. So I tried to investigate that. So detect thoughts was one of the ways I thought it would be an attempt, because it was acting so intelligently. I started to wonder if there is some kind of intelligence behind it. So when I first reached out, this wasn't much. And honestly, it wasn't much until it was everything, and then it impaled me, and then I was stuck for a week, and it wasn't really great and fun. So this is why I'm telling you that while we share some commonalities, it might not be the exact same experience. Unless you also have done the same thing of like, oh yeah, you tried to talk to it and then it impaled you. I want to point out that he didn't try to hurt me. He was just very eager to reach out.
He was like reaching for an anchor.
He was reaching for any kind of contact. Like, imagine being alone for tens of thousands of years. Isolated and in pieces in various places, and like, you don't understand. Like, I saw an entire city that had pieces of him in things. Used to power lights, used to make vehicles run smartly, used to put into, well, how do I put this, like into living puppets, like, you know, automaton, where like you would have them as servants, and they were all powered by shards of him, and those were just the visible pieces. They're like pieces in the earth, clusters, entire caves full of pieces of him. And then there's the huge chunk in the sky, obviously, she like points up. But there's an outside world where there's an entire sky full of stars, and it's all him. So I don't know. I've not started with one. I can sense it's growing inside of you. He is expanding. So I take it he is comfortable with your presence. But I have started with him being already that far, way further along. How to put it? It seems like you're getting to the stage I started on.
Oh, okay. So it might just be too soon to...
I can only guess. But that might also be the reason why I did have an easy time reaching out to him proper. And that was also more with every consecutive attempt, I was almost like he was guiding me gently. But like, and she like turns around and like pulls her hair back. So you see one at the base of her skull, right?
Mm-hmm.
And she will like pull her hair apart at the back of her head. There's one at the back of her skull as well. And she will point out that she had Viera like feel along, and Viera can describe to you, like she can tell you, I have them like along my spine, like there's 8 of them total. I started with those. And then she will show you her hands, and you will see fine lines that are shimmering in changing colors of like the blue that you know from the crystal, the golden, you know, like it's like changing from the gold to blue to like purplish, you know. It's like, it's almost like, you know, when you put oil in a puddle and you have the rainbow, except this rainbow is limited to gold, blue, like, you know, crystalline blue and purple colors.
Yeah.
Very vivid. Like ultraviolet, ultra blue, and ultra gold.
Huh.
And I have these throughout my entire body. It's like finding the words for non-educated people. Don't like. I don't think you're stupid. It's just that different technological. Damn it! It's also a word that you don't know. Different advancement level in between different civilizations, and there's just words you don't know because you've never seen those things.
Sure.
It's like roots of a tree. There you go. Just very tiny and very hairline throughout my entire body. So from what I can sense, because it's one of the things that came with the benefit of having this kind of symbiosis, is I can sense other pieces of him if they're nearby. So I can sense it's expanding along your spine and into your body. So I assume it will slowly convert the energies around you, and the more you use things that he gave you through this connection, the more it will expand.
Okay.
It's not a bad thing. It's not like he's taking over your body. Don't get like, it's not like that. If anything, you are taking away from him because you're carrying a piece of his person that he will... I know that he will never try to get the pieces back that I carry. So these are pieces that are forever gone to him. and he will never be able to put them together. So he is nice about those things. He would never hurt anyone on purpose.
Yeah, that's the feeling I got as well. So when you of course, when you talk with him in the sky, or when you
Don't
contact him,
anymore. It's too soon. She kind of squints, like scratches up her face and looks at Viera like, eh.
Viera just shakes her head.
Sorry, what? I'm missing something.
It's timey-wimey, wibbly-wobbly weirdness of time stuff.
Didn't describe any of that because it wasn't relevant.
Okay.
I
that's...
like in some way I actually haven't spoken to him yet. And in some way I have already spoken to him.
The easiest way to think of it is that gods, if you like, don't adhere to time.
Don't say
Yeah,
that. No, bad,
yeah,
bad, bad. Please, no.
They're not gods, but the easiest explanation to understand for us is that gods don't adhere to time. They are everywhere, everywhere.
It's not just gods. There are spirits that are exempt from
exactly,
normal flow as well. I mean, again,
which is
don't call
possibly
it
how
gods.
Seva knew that the storm was coming. For example, so time doesn't work the same way for them as it does for us.
Okay. Sure. All right. I will not try to understand that.
Best not think about it too hard.
I will not.
So for all I know, you were actually the first, and I was the second.
Yeah, like I said, I'll not delve too much into it.
Yeah, don't worry about it. It's like trying to imagine infinity. It just makes your brain go boom.
Yeah, I don't want that.
No.
So when we also were talking before, and something that already happened was a kind of, in certain ways, it was influenced, not necessarily influencing, but it was, at least for me, making me more connected with people.
Well, it's like, there's a teaching from the other world I came from. It's like a body. It's you know how the world has ley lines, and those ley lines overlap in certain like spots and make clusters and like energy knots. So basically, how much do you know about medicine?
Very little.
Do you know anything about the nervous system? She looks like, please tell me, do you know anything about
this
anything?
conversation is making us nervous. Does that count?
No. So all right. So you know how I told you like roots of a tree. So imagine, you know that you have a brain, right? Like in your skull.
I assume so, yeah.
Yeah. So, and then from your brain, you have this like thick strand of nerves that go down your spine and then expand outwards into your body. It's like almost like roots of a tree, where like your brain is the crown of the tree, the spine is kind of like the tree trunk, and then you have the roots spreading into your body. And those nerves are basically they control your movement and you know, but they also, the talking goes also the other way, where like if somebody slaps you, that pain then travels through those nerves to your brain and tells you, ouch, that hurts, right? Where was I? She kind of like stops for a moment, like, I lost my trail of thought.
Nerves, you feel things, and you
make... right. So there's clusters in your body. Like, your brain is not the only center, if you will. So there's like clusters where these like control pieces, if you will. And when I was impaled, that was kind of like what he aimed for originally. So this is why they are where they are in my body and along my spine. But they were all dormant at the beginning because I had this like period of adaptation. But as I started to learn to like get used to them and actually proper enter this like symbiotic state, they started to unlock one after another. And depending on which unlocked, it was giving me heightened things, sensations, experiences that were related to that particular cluster. Until I got used to it, and then it went away. It was just basically like, imagine being blind all your life.
Mm-hmm.
And then suddenly somebody gives you sight, but your eyes are not used to sunlight. So at the beginning, everything would just be too bright, and you couldn't like keep your eyes open because you're just not used to all that like sensory input. So it's like that.
Right.
So
just like a period of
I
transition.
assume the way he's heading, he will expand along your spine, and as it gets to the clusters and he like takes proper root there, it will activate it, and then you will experience fun times. Most of it is not that bad. I think the lowest cluster is a bit, maybe like if you're not into that kind of thing, might be a bit disturbing. I'm not selling this, aren't I?
Not really. But it's
the
not.
one on the bottom of your spine is like your basic instincts, like survival and procreation.
Right.
Yes.
Okay. Good to know.
She finger guns you
Like
and winks at you.
hesitant finger gun back, but like can you feel like which one is next for me, or it doesn't work?
It's going downwards. I mean, it's going in both directions. I don't know which cluster will. Well, if it went like me, you're kind of out of order. I started with the bottom one,
So I'm
and then went upwards.
figuring something out of order.
So it could be any. Like you didn't start the same way. Makes sense if you're the prototype. I mean,
Yeah.
if you're the first version of his first attempt, and he's just testing things out, it would be more chaotic, yeah. Have fun with that.
Cool. Yeah, I will. Thank you.
Please take notes. I'm very fascinated by this. You're the second person I ever met who has a similar experience. I want to know everything about it.
I mean,
Who was
if
the
you want-
first?
I might be the.
I mean, he might be the first and I'm the second, but like he's the only other person I ever met who has this.
Oh, the way you said it, that he was the second person you've ever met.
No, I mean,
No,
he's the
like
second person.
second next to her.
Yeah.
Second next time.
Thank you. You understand me. That's nice.
Yeah, I try my best. So, So overall, it's not like bad, but it will just enhance everything, and then you get used to it.
Oh yeah, at some point you will be like, oh, didn't you have that already? Like with lots of crying and emotions and stuff like that?
Yeah, I had that one.
There will be one where you like super hungry all the time.
All right, that's not so bad. Need to not gain weight.
Again, it's not bad in the sense of like bad, right?
Okay.
It's just, I figure it's not like the best thing ever if you're not like in control of your own body for a certain amount of time.
That concern me the most, but if it's not taking over slowly,
No, it's not like that at all.
okay, because I did have a.
It doesn't make you feel things that weren't already there.
Okay.
It's just that it heightens the things that are already there. It just unlocks the potential. She kind of rolls her eyes at the word.
Because I did have a kind of, I think it was unrelated, but I think I had some kind of dream or vision, and I relate kind of what I saw, the area.
That's New Haven.
That's what?
New Haven.
Being, that's inside?
No, I mean, yes. I mean, it doesn't exist yet. But it also already existed.
Okay, but as we're walking around, as I am, not you maybe, but as me and Viera are walking around right now, it exists, it doesn't, or...
No.
No, it doesn't exist.
No.
But when it ever existed, will exist, or exists, it's on the inside or the outside?
The inside.
And because what I felt there, it was
she kind of
more
like waves her hands with pointy fingers, like it's southwest from you, on the other continent, or will be, or I mean, I don't know if it will ever will be. Actually, that's a good point. Might not happen.
It might not exist. Oh yeah, okay, that makes sense, I guess.
It was a nice place. I do kind of miss it.
So, what I saw there, or at least what I felt, that was the kind of like a wonder at being in a new body.
Oh, that's nice. Yeah, we actually got him one of the automatons from that nice city, and we kind of boosted it and jammed a bit more pieces of him in it, and then we kind of gave him like a not real body, but like close enough so he can walk around. It kind of helped him to focus himself a bit and be less scattered. But of course, it wasn't like a complete him either.
Okay, so but that was still him, but just it was not taking over like a human body, but
No.
Okay, just like a.
It was a
thing,
mechanical
like,
body, yeah.
Like a puppet.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, that.
An enchanted
alleviates
construct, if you will. Pretty good. Like we did a great job with that thing.
Or will do a great job with that thing.
Yeah, I mean we did. No, like we really outdid ourselves because the usual. Oh, never mind. I'll just don't want to bore you with the details. That's my kind of stuff.
I mean, maybe later. So okay, that actually does alleviate some concern because I felt it had to do with like taking over like a body, but or something else entirely.
Now you really have a very skewed idea of him.
No,
Uriel is really nice. Like it's the he will be he will be the one nicest being that you will ever meet in existence.
Uriel? That's his name?
I mean, will be, was.
Okay. Should have maybe started with that.
I helped name him that way.
Sorry, what? You helped name him?
Well, I mean, it was kind of fitting because in the outside world where I was, like, Uriel is the angel of light, and he is light. So, yeah, Uriel. And he liked it, so he took it on.
Okay. I'll address him by that next time we talk. Okay, I guess that answers most of my direct questions. I just needed another set of eyes on it, and since you experienced it, and it might be completely different for you, but it gives me at least some idea. So, thank you for your time.
Sorry I couldn't be more helpful.
That's okay. Like I said, it does give me a better idea, so it will be an experience for sure. Yeah.
She kind of looks behind her and like pauses for a moment. I gotta go. You guys should go head back to the city. It's actually getting super dark by now. Let me just head back. She like points up. Like, he's already like darker. So, dangerous wildlife, animals. Woo! You should go back.
Nah, I got Viera. I'm fine.
No, you should really head back now.
Alright. Alright. Check you on the flip side.
Finger guns.
Guns. Alright, and just look to Viera. Let's go.
And as you're looking at her, she begins to shift.
Oh god.
And it's the biggest ice spider. I'm kidding.
I cast haste and run.
She does begin to shift though, and you've seen her in a similar form before, in an elk form with huge antlers, but this time it's even bigger. This thing is monstrously huge. And she kind of settles down so that you can climb up onto her back, and even though she's lying down, you're climbing up like 6 feet.
Tiffany will pat the elk. Scritch behind the ears.
That's new. That's crazy. Okay.
And she snorts and gives a stamp, and then starts walking off so that you can get used to her as a giant elk, essentially.
Hold on, and I fumble a bit, and Cassie takes out the goggles of night, or / eyes of minute seeing.
Nice.
Ooh.
And I'll put those on, so I can actually see where the fuck we're going.
Yep.
Duck low branches, yeah.
Yep.
And then Viera bounds off to get us back double time.
Actually, since it's already getting dark, you mentioned, Samara doesn't have a good sense of time in general.
Yeah.
When she's working, especially. So she's getting slightly hungry. She figures, why the fuck are the guys? We should be eating soon. So she sends off a sending to you guys.
You can't do a sending out of that room.
That? Oh, I think by now she would know, so she would go just outside the door. Yeah, just out the door to Cassius. Hey, isn't it like dinner time soon? Where are you guys? I haven't seen you in a while.
Cassius?
Take a while to it's like, and I don't remember if this is the one where I think and say aloud, so I just do both. It's like,
you have at the moment rushing wind past your face, right?
yeah, so it's going to be more like screaming, but
Yeah.
not. I'm not going to scream into the mic, but basically, currently riding a elk. Home soon. See you later. Get dinner, please. And that's it.
Hearing him scream that, literally, I'm gonna send off another one. Why the fuck are you screaming? What's wrong? Are you being hunted? Are you okay?
Yes, currently riding. It's fast. There's a lot of branches.
Smack.
Finger gun. Ow. Finger gun.
Good to know.
Samir is so confused.
He's confused.
I also
and...
don't know how many words I got, so...
Yeah, confused.
25 for sending.
Yeah, I know, but Cassie doesn't know.
Yeah.
Confused and also slightly hurt that she's been left out of whatever the fuck they're doing.
Oh.
So she's going to break off her training, get some quick cold cuts or whatever for dinner, and kind of contemplates for 15 minutes.
Contemplate what?
If she's gonna do what we talked about.
Okay. For
Yeah,
how
without
long? For
telling
50
anybody.
minutes?
15.
Okay, so then you still have 45 minutes to go before they show up. So what do you do?
She's contemplating if she's gonna do, like, seems like everybody's doing something on their own without telling me, so being kind of spiteful, so why not do it too?
Okay.
Yeah, so she's playing out the portable
Let me
home.
get to different music, because we're now back in the room.
Oh, let me use this fate point to get rid of my exhaustion.
Dreamscape. This is.
She's spreading out the portable hole, getting Winnie out, taking out her and standing up her glass portrait, forgetting the potion. Yeah.
So Winnie's out. You have the potion.
I've talked with Winnie about this beforehand, if they're gonna be okay with this.
They are perfectly fine with that. If Cassie's got to poke around in their head, so you get to do that too.
Yeah, alright. Set the portrait up, the glass portrait, revealed some of the, like, make sure that to make everything work somehow slightly ritually, not just poof into the head. And sit in front of the portrait with Vinny right in front of me, cupped into my hand before I down the potion.
Okay.
And concentrate.
At first, you have this. Wait, I have to shift back to the room as well. I'm sorry. There we go. Now we're proper.
Yeah.
At first, you have this very weird, because you have this innate connection to Vinny all the time, right? So the first thing that it does is it's almost like an echo. If you ever had this like auditory feedback from a headset where like you speak and then you hear your own voice speaking like with a slight delay. So it's like you have the instant connection that is like the innate connection between you and Winnie because, of your innate connection. And then there's the artificial connection that is now being established through the potion and its effect. So it's like you're getting the same impressions with, it's not a real delay because this happens at the speed of thought, but it's like a slight delay afterwards. And because you're picking up both, this is the reason why you so it's very disorienting at first, right? And then you kind of instinctively, in order to push past that, you instinctively dive deeper. Beyond what is usually like possible between you and Vinny. So like you kind of instinctively like leap forward. I mean, not really with your body, right? And you feel your pupils widen as if like suddenly someone turned off the light. But instead of losing your vision, instead of things going dark, your sight is almost like it expands. For a moment, you notice details in the room you haven't paid attention to before. It's like, a camera zooming out and you see like way more around. Things that were relegated to your peripheral vision now encompass you looking so widely it makes you dizzy. So and now you actually instinctively jerk backwards physically, like with your body because of that like sudden vertigo. But in that moment, you're violently yanked forward mentally and you gasp. And instead, a compressed, wheezing sound comes out. And this is not how you breathe. This is how he breathes. Except you are now within him from first-person perspective. You blink, and you find yourself kneeling in a wide, empty space. The wound in your chest is a constant pressing ache that makes breathing very difficult. And this is where the wheezing comes from, because this wound has not just pierced your heart, but also your lungs. So this is like where this wheezing this difficulty to breathe comes from. It's like the memory of it stopping and you still trying to maintain it despite it. And as you look down at your hands that are resting on your thighs, there are just like what is now familiar to you, that freakish, elongated, those claws that are dipped in crimson, like you took a bucket of blood and just dipped your hands into it. And then you look out across the endless surface, noting two figures being there with you. One is standing to the side of you, like sort of left of you. And one is slightly further ahead, lying on his back. And you can't see anything beyond this like liminal space, because like Peter's off into thick darkness. So you can't really see the edges of this space. It goes on endlessly and just turns into darkness. So it's just like very compact feeling, but also it's like dauntingly far away and oppressively closed off at the same time. And even your breath, like your wheezy breath, sounds as somebody put your head in a box, right? Despite this like wide distance, it like goes off into the darkness. And as you ponder for that for a moment, you like pulled out of this, like, because you have this like almost like a double perception, very similar to this like dream state you had before, where like you were you, and at the same time you're not you're him, right? So as you were for a moment distracted by like just taking everything in, and then a voice comes into your head, like a disembodied voice of a man that you have heard before. It's the father. It's the man standing to the left, but his voice is not coming through your ear on the left side. It's just like appearing in your mind, inside your skull. And it like pulls you away from Samira and more into the here and now of your patron. And the words you hear is, "He is not supposed to be here." And yeah, it's definitely the voice of the father, but it's comes with this like additional feeling that it's dragging through your head, like stuck hair, but like being pulled slowly between your toes. It like leaves this like unpleasant, lingering feeling to having this voice in your head. And you look to the father and you watch his pale, cold eyes wander across the other man's form. And then you look at the man, at his, like, the type of robes that you don't know really. The blue skin. And you don't move to help him. Neither does the father. In fact, like, the father doesn't move at all, really. His body is unnaturally still. And then you hear the blue man speaking for the first time. And he asks, a bit too loud. Almost like he can't hear proper. Like, people, when they like deafened, they start yelling because they can't hear their own voice. And he goes, am I dead? And I didn't convey it perfectly, but despite the louder volume, his voice is surprisingly devoid of emotions. Like, it has no rancor, no recrimination, no fear. It is certainly too loud, but it's surprisingly clinical almost. And in response comes the father's disembodied reply, "No, you are deaf." I mean, if you were there, Samira, you would probably laugh.
Yeah. You can't hear.
Yeah. And then, the blue man responds with a sigh. And then you can feel him reach out with his mind instead of his voice, speaking words without tongue or teeth. Just like the father, just not as unpleasant, mind you. This feels more natural. "What is this place?" he asks. And slowly, somewhat stiffly, he tries to sit up, first pushing himself onto his elbows before, pulling himself forward proper. And the father goes, a place. And then he crosses his hands behind his back and starts like walking towards the man. And you get again this like very confusing double perception, almost like from the man's perspective as well as yours, because you can hear the father's footsteps like clicking along the surface, but at the same time you realize the man is not hearing it. You almost like you can hear that silence as well, and then the sound of footsteps appearing as he gets closer. And as you, and I mean your patron, you understand that the father has now done something to fix the hearing loss. Mind you, the clicking sound only adds to this like very oppressive, like compact feeling of the space, right? Mm-hmm. And to confirm your suspicion that the father fixed the hearing of the man, he also says it, and now out loud, your ears are functional again. And then continues in somewhat slight dismay, which, as your patron, you get the sense is unusual. And he says, you are too soon. And the Blue Man asks, when is the right time? And he does not receive an audible response. And even in that moment, you immediately have the feeling that was a bad question. Because, as if to confirm this, his eyes go suddenly super wide, and wide as steel, so wide that they threaten to pop right off their sockets, and then his head explodes.
Oh.
And for a moment, you have this, like, you watch the man's spirit, because this is what you can see as the entity you are in this moment. You can see spirits. Maybe because of the addition of the space, maybe this is not a usual thing you can see all the time, but here you can see the man's spirit hovering above his body, like a moment later, and staring at the stump where his head just had been, and with this like complete deadpan expression on his face, showing, you know, like that the realization of him being dead didn't quite reach him fully yet. Like, it's that kind of face. But before he has too much time to process this, the father kind of sighs and reaches into his suit and removes a glimmering pendant attached to a chain, almost like a pocket watch, but it's not a watch. It's this contraption of rings within endless rings that are like spinning clockwise, counterclockwise against each other and glowing from the inside. And he flicks it with his finger, and the Blue Man's head is reassembled in reverse time as the father turns time back again, putting him together. And he comes alive with a gasp, completely intact, like. And the father goes, "My mistake." He pauses as if thinking about the answer this time, and then he and then he offers, as a response to the initial question, eventually. And the Blue Man is kind of still in the middle of like reaching up and touching his cheeks and ears and brow and like kind of feeling his head. And you can see by the careful expression on his face that he's barely keeping up with what the fuck just happened to him. And he goes, "You are forgiven, I think." Then he looks around him and asks very carefully now, "Do you know how I can get to eventually?" And he pauses, and you can see now very careful, like quick thinking, right? Because he probably doesn't want his head exploding a second time. Or must I remain here until eventually arrives of its own accord? And he doesn't look particularly happy about the prospect of the latter, if you will. And the father goes with yes, which is not a great helpful answer. As he steps around the blue man and then back into the blue man's line of sight, he looks at his device that, like, in the palm of his hands, just like one would look at a pocket watch to tell time. And then he says, "The father, I do not have the time. I do not have time. I do not have time. It is why I will have you arrive early." And then he looks up from the device and say, "You will reach eventually." And the blue man thinks about this. And he says, "Early, but not too soon." And you kind of see like a glint of understanding. Will I remember this place? Will I have this memory when I arrive? And almost as if responding, and you instinctively know that, like, the father can hear what the man is saying, but also what the man is thinking or feeling at the same time. So you get the impression the next answer the father offers is more in response to what the man was thinking. And he says, "It is not a dream. You will remember, unless you don't." And then, for the very first time, he turns his head, the father, and looks at you. "I will find time," the father says, "unless you die." And by you, he means the blue man. "In that case, I won't." And the blue man nods. And you can see this, like, still burning curiosity that has probably 1,000 questions and is very carefully choosing which one to ask. And of all the questions he asks, "Who are you?" And the father responds with, "The father." And it is like, then he nods at you, the father, in approval. This is your signal. You know that.
Mhm.
And this is then the first time that you finally move properly. And as you do, you can see the sheer terror in the blue man's eyes, and the wound in your chest throbs in pain at that. And it hurts to see that fear, because you're not a monster. But you can see that he doesn't see that. But you don't have time to think about that. You have a task to finish, so you ignore the pangs. So you lean forward, and the space around you fills with that disturbingly rattling and wheezing breath, as this is more effort from your form. Moving only aggravates the wound. Still, you have a task to fulfill. Even if you must dwell on the periphery of existence, even if you must suffer more pain, even if you must endure being despised and feared, you must endure, because this task is everything. So your claws trace the ground that run in patterns that you remember so vividly, they are forever burned in your mind. A sequence of circles and symbols. And finally, drawing upon the 6 elements of this world, you will, with all that you have been, all that you are, and all that you will ever be, for this man to be granted entry. And the world, now acutely keyed to your wishes, responds by opening a gate. And that's gate with a capital G. Oh, see, I might want to point out, as in the 9th level spell. You rise to your feet and step back, wheezing as if this explains it all, saying one word. Potential. And the blue man doesn't respond at first, seemingly still frozen in fear. But then he shakes his initial state of shock at taking in your full presence. And asks, not you, but the father, because he seems more comfortable talking to the father. So is this how I leave? Is this how I leave? Isn't it? And inwardly, you note with a little pride, and mind you, as Samira, you wouldn't know where this pride comes from. You note with that little pride that he's smarter than others. You've chosen well. He will have a better chance. But then the father steps in front of you, so the man does not have to look at you anymore, almost like shielding him from you. And you put your hand to your chest as the pride turns to pain that burns even brighter than before, as you're reminded how others see you now, despite your best efforts. And you can hear the father explaining, this is how you enter. You will never leave. And then you're back in the room.
I'm still taking notes. Oh no.
Scrambling around for a piece of paper and a quill.
Actually,
Do you have Word?
sorry?
Do you have
Do you have
Word?
Word?
Yes.
Microsoft.
Yes.
I actually skipped a paragraph. Fuck. Anyway, you can read it. If you have Microsoft Word, I can just send you the entire file.
Thank you.
I'll put it into your visions.
Thank you.
I
Thank you.
skipped the part. Sorry, I had notes, right? I skipped the part where he asked what about Ravnica, the city where he came from, and the father telling him that is outside of my domain.
Okay. Okay, let me just finish that sentence and then I can.
Oh, see, that was 100% of Vidalkin. If you're looking for visual reference, I will also post a picture of him, mind you,
Okay.
into the visions. There you go. That's the document. This is what he looks like.
Okay, good to know. Good to know. All right.
Oh, yeah, there you go. Now you have experienced firsthand how asking bad questions that are not precise.
Yeah. Good to know. Yeah.
As a further reference, what you have witnessed is somebody asking a vague question and the father trying to answer it literally.
Yep.
And that being not being capable to contain the literal answer to the point of his head exploding. Right.
Mm-hmm. Well, this. Yep.
And the other impression I can also give you on top that you might want to note down because it's not in the document is that this seems to be a newer thing that's going on.
Newer, like current?
Yeah, as in like as this kind of thing that's happening with the Blue Man has only recently started. So, aka he's one of the first. You don't know how many, but at the relative beginning of whatever the fuck is going on.
Interesting. Interesting. Yeah, whatever the fuck is going on is a good question. It's a good way to say it.
Yeah.
All right. Coming out of that
It
vision,
was like seconds.
yeah.
You spend seconds in real time. Yeah.
Yeah. A bit disoriented. Simra will take. She has the time to take like 5 minutes to think everything over.
It will take you 5 minutes to get rid of that stabbing feeling in your chest as well. Yeah.
Yeah. So she takes like half an hour to wrap her mind around this shit, slowly start to pack the portal back again into its usual place where the portrait is back in, thrown the glass bottle in there as well, the empty one.
I want to point out several things because you were in his head right now.
Yep.
He was way too focused on the blue man to pay attention, except for the wound, right? That kind of was, it was unavoidable. There was no, you know how when you are, like usually, and this is again, you're not noticing it because it's there, but you're noticing it only afterwards while you think about what just happened in its absence.
Yeah.
The absence of self. You, at any point in time, when you wake up, you're Samira. This is a fact that you don't really think about it, but it's there in your mind always, right? It's like the knowledge on how to drink water or open a door. You don't actively think about it, but it's there, right? Now that you think about it, you don't have a self sense in memory for the moment you experience. There is no somebody.
Yeah.
There is no memories. There's almost like there's nothing before that very moment that you have seen. And almost like nothing afterwards will matter either. It only matters what you are doing in that moment. In time and space.
Yeah.
It is everything. And nothing else matters. Not even yourself. But there's also a profound gap.
Yeah. As I stow away the portrait, does it still remain the same, or has something changed?
It slightly is less blurry. It's still a blurred image of a man, right? But it's slightly less blurry. You think?
Was it
difficult
just
to tell?
Yeah, was it just a slightly less blurry before the vision, or?
I mean, it was already like, you know, OC when you leveled at 6th level.
Yeah,
yes,
yeah.
It was already slightly less blurry, but
Okay.
it's a minuscule change, and it's like to the point of like maybe I'm seeing things, right? Again, you know, when you apply a blur filter between setting 1 and 2 is not that much difference. Both are blurry.
Yeah, unless you focus intensely on it. All right. Yeah. Spend the rest getting everything packed back up. Very much thinking about everything.
Yeah, and so about half an hour later, they too arrive.
Yeah. Everything is back to
Who had
its
the
usual
key? I guess
setup.
you have the key, so they have to
It's
knock.
in the pocket.
Pocket.
In the
We
pocket.
solved that.
Yeah, awesome.
Pocket.
Please solve that.
Obviously, switch back from Giant Elk slightly outside the city, and we walk in casually.
I first cast prestidigitation to fix my hair.
Of course.
Of course.
There's immediately a platter on the table. There's a platter of like the cold cuts and such we can enjoy, like grapes and such also added. But yeah, a cold dinner.
How put together do you seem when they come in? Because, you know,
I've had
Cassius
half
is
an hour of
inside-
time.
Yeah.
I've had half of an hour of time, and this wasn't like a traumatic memory, so I'm actually pretty put together.
Okay.
We do both have a passive insight of ridiculous, I should point out.
Really? Okay. There.
Yeah.
What's your passive insight?
My passive?
Yeah.
20.
Okay, yeah.
Only 2 points lower, but alright.
They're both ridiculous, though, to be fair.
Yeah.
Seems I need to invest more into deception. I already got my previously elite expertise, apparently.
I would say that
I suspect so.
there's enough there to... They know you enough to know that not necessarily something bad happened, but something happened, right?
Let's come in. Hi.
Hi, what happened to you guys? You were shouting in my ear about riding on an elk. What the fuck were you guys doing?
Went for a ride.
And why did you... When... Are you kidding me?
No, we talked to Tiffany. actually.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just crystal business.
Okay.
You know, how can I explain it? There was a lot about time and things happening.
There wasn't a lot about time. There was a bit about time. When I spoke to Tiffany in the days that I was away, obviously Tiffany has the crystal in her too. And I figured might as well ask her if she knows anything or can help with anything. So I didn't think about it until we were out walking after leaving you to do your weaving stuff. I mentioned to Cassius that she's around, and if he wants to talk to her, then in the next couple of days is probably the best bet. And Cassius suggested impromptu that we had a couple of hours now, so might as well do it now. So we went.
Yeah. Went into the forest.
Okay. So what came out of that?
I mean, the way that I understand it, like, our experiences with this are very different. We're still the only two people it has happened to. There was a little bit of a discussion on who it happened to first. Anyway, what I got from it at least kind of settled me a little bit that it's not going to take over. After the last communication that I had with it, or the first one, it doesn't. It seems very benign. Kindness itself, almost. So I wasn't necessarily so worried, but it was good to see her vision of it and what she experienced during. But she told me that when she started communicating with it, it was a little bit further along for her. So, yeah, when she was talking also, because she uses because she was also from a different world, right? And she has she uses a lot of different terms, and she understands it differently because she's like more like a scientist, enchanter, whatever.
She comes from a more advanced world, from what I can gather.
So
where they have like magically powered robots.
Automatons.
Yeah, like constructs almost.
Puppets.
But then she's also, because she's essentially the mantle of life, she's removed from time in a way. So she has been both in the future and in the past at the same time. So time is a little bit strange for her in that sense. So she's seen both this world at a point where there is a city capable of kind of having high magic, I guess you would call it. It's the only thing I can refer to it as, is kind of where we come from. You had a period of high magic where human wizards even managed to create floating cities. So she comes from something similar, not so much floating city, but where a city where magic powers the city, and most people can do magic. So she kind of comes from that sort of background. So of course she's going to have a much more advanced kind of understanding of things.
Okay.
But yeah, carry on, Cassius. I didn't mean to interrupt too much.
No, thank you. I mean, maybe because you talk to her more, you're a little bit better at explaining it. But in essence, I also asked about what happened previously with this like enhancement of feelings, what I had in Penland, and basically it activates in different like clusters in your body, along the spine and the head. Depending on where it activates, it does something else. Like the lowest one activates more like basal instincts. But she couldn't really tell me exactly which one was next for me, because she started with the lowest and it just gradually grew up. For me, it just started in the middle, out of order. So a little bit more chaotic, it seems. What else? Basically just it was reassuring.
Happy to hear that.
I mean, it wasn't like exactly like, yeah, she apologizes for not being able to tell, but I understand that it's, even for her, she has her point of reference. We're the only two people that have it, as we know. As
She
far
can
as we
only
know.
say based on her experience, can't she? So
Yeah, so I understand that, and that's fine. I wasn't necessarily looking for a guide in it, but more of a new perspective.
just a baseline to go from, right?
I mean, it seems to have been some rather reassuring then, at least. I mean, that the crystals themselves are benign and everything, that's good to hear, right?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's also kind of what I got from the communication itself, what I feel from it, but to have someone else feel the same, and that is confirming that it's basically the kindest thing, person, entity that you'll ever meet is I mean, it's not bad. So
definitely, yeah.
And then Vera turned into like the most huge elk I thought the other one was big.
Oh,
This one is bigger.
Okay, so you're getting stronger?
It seems that way, yeah.
It definitely seems that way.
I've got access to more things that I couldn't turn into before. Won't go into all of the details. There are new spiders.
Oh.
There
Why?
are.
Why?
Do you guys
kill
remember
me right here?
Do you remember when we were hunting the frogs and I summoned that huge snake?
Yeah.
That's something I can now switch into as well.
That's fun. That's very fun.
That's very different. Completely different perspective, completely different senses. That's interesting. The giant elk is also very interesting. The size, the momentum. I need to show it to you, Samira.
Yeah.
Because I don't think words can do justice of just how big this thing is.
It's
basically, if I was full out charging a bear, the bear would lose.
Nice. That's good. Wow.
And it's pretty fucking fast as well.
Yeah. Did my best to dodge the branches.
If we weren't in such a wooded area, I was tempted to put my speed on you. But I didn't want to be launched off at
to be fair,
speed.
I could have done my own speed as well.
No, but like this speed, like.
Yeah, I know, but that would have doubled your speed would have doubled my speed as well. So.
Yeah. Plus, your speed is like a very short amount of time, and then you're exhausted.
That's true. Yeah.
That's
which
true.
I know intimately.
I was just curious.
Yeah.
How fast we could go, but I didn't want to be launched.
I mean, it's something to try out in the future.
If I'm not on Vera Elk. Then...
Honestly, what kind of creatures? What bigger creatures can you do now?
Those are the three that I've kind of done and tried. I suspect a bunch more.
Like water creatures?
I haven't really tried bears. Water creatures I can definitely do because the snake is a water creature.
Okay. Because speed, just
raw speed.
It sounds like it would be fun to swim with you. Like honest, actual fun.
Do you remember you guys don't really remember the sharks. Do you guys remember me turning into a shark when we were swimming off the ship?
Yeah.
That was a slow shark.
Oh.
Now I can turn into a fast shark.
You wanna go swimming sometime in the future?
We can do. Would you keep up?
It would be fun to try.
Good luck, I think. You might need all of your spells to keep up. But yeah, we can give it a go. Obviously, the coast is off the water here. We can go for a swim.
Yeah, we can do that. We can do that.
But yeah, so I've got a few new forms. I need to play around with some others. I still can't fly. I'm a little bit sad about that.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you've been trying that for a while.
I've been trying that for a while. But I can turn into the creatures. I just can't fly.
It's practice, right?
So you ever need someone to,
yeah.
beak someone to death, but hit them with your gigantic wings that are not up to form, but still wings.
Yeah. So so I can't fly yet, but still working on it. I guess I'm not surprised. Learning to fly is obviously going to be, assuming I can even do it. Learning to fly is going to take a completely different mindset. Where would you even begin trying to learn to fly, other than throwing yourself off a tall place and then trying to flap wings?
Well, I imagine just like baby chicks do.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like,
that's what baby chicks do. Yeah. Good idea. Next time I throw myself off a very tall cliff, I won't use the feather of feather falling.
Well, how about you have someone standing below or below water, like jump above water, so you can turn into a swimming creature at that point.
Yes. Yeah. Assuming hitting the water doesn't knock me out.
I'll be below. I'll catch you. I'll get you.
Well, I don't think you want to be under her if she comes down a fucking building as a flying.
No, obviously. We'll start with a small thing.
We're not going to start in a puddle.
Like a bat or a bird, and then we'll go for the progressively bigger things.
Exactly. We can work things out. It's workable. We can do this. There's
but
enough places around here.
There's a few new forms that I've got. Bears I haven't really tried yet. Because we haven't really seen any. I mean, Tiffany showed me some. But yeah, haven't really tried. Big wolves I can turn into.
Ooh.
They're pretty. I mean, the wolf's probably big enough for one person, like not armored. Not sure how easy it would be to stay on, though. But we could give it a go.
Speaking of staying on, if the elk is so huge, can two people ride on
it? I want to say easily.
But we should figure it out first. We should try first. You say?
There's probably
pace. It's
probably
depends
space
on how
for
heavy
3.
you are.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, boils down to whether I have the strength enough to carry you, and if you're carrying 100 pounds worth of gear, then
we've got enough dimensional shit now that we can finagle this.
Yeah, I do know the elk is strong, so the chance. I mean, it'd probably give you a run for your money, Samira.
Definitely. I mean, I'm just me. I'm not a beast of nature.
Yeah.
Well, only when you wake up in the morning.
Oof.
Stink eyes. Moving on.
Moving on. Is everything okay with you?
Yeah. Like I said, I was worried about you guys being shouted in my ear about running through the woods at a random time. It was
just
a bit
to get us back quicker.
Yeah.
So.
I was kind of out of the loop there, so that worried me a bit. But yeah, Layla didn't show up today, so I figure tomorrow.
I mean, there's still time, right? Like, we can see if she's there, or if she comes here.
I mean, I stopped by the place
to
get us food.
Is it like a couple of hours after sunset?
Oh yeah.
It's 7:15.
Okay, so it's like an hour and a bit after sunset.
She might still come back.
Maybe, but it
I
would
mean,
be late
are we
then.
are we
so-
still meeting at the place? I mean, you've already got dinner,
I
but
stopped by to check if she was there to get food. You guys want
The
to?
dinner was always at 8. You were way too early for that.
Yeah.
yeah, possibly a bit early.
Who knows?
Okay.
We could always go and just have a drink,
Sure.
see if she shows up.
Maybe, yeah.
Unless you're busy with anything.
No, not really. I stopped to get stopped with my weaving to get food, so don't really want to pick it up right now again.
Yeah. How's your weaving going?
You're doing too much of that anyway. Come on.
I think I'm getting into. Yeah, I'm figuring most of this stuff out. I've learned basically almost all the patterns. I relearned them, and I'm getting my movements down pat. So I'm happy with that. I figured just a
Great.
bit more time, and I've to polish this up, and I'm stopped annoying you guys with constant sounds of Fred.
They're not annoying me at all. How much longer do you think you need to kind of get the last of it down?
I don't know, depending on how much time we have in the
Couple
future.
of days?
Yeah,
maybe?
let's say a couple of days, maybe, depending how I can put it in.
Okay.
Yeah. Alright.
So, shall we see if we can find Layla to see if we can find out any kind of certainty to when this ritual might be taking place?
We can do that, yeah.
Speaking of ritual, Samira will make a face.
Will I?
I was just thinking ritual gives you like an immediate flashback to what you just experienced, like literally like 45 minutes ago. It's so fresh in your head.
Okay.
Presuming,
It's vividly fresh in your head. It's like it's almost
presuming
like
my passive 20 perception picks up on that.
You are trying to force me to talk about this, aren't you?
yes. Because
She's trying to, but don't feel forced to. If you
no, don't be
want to,
forced to. But I want to point out that like you had two people when coming in who like completely ignored this because you guys went off the rails overseas. So yeah.
Yeah, definitely.
We didn't go off the rails. Yeah,
about wild shapes. Yes, you did.
That was
I welcomed that conversation.
That was 100% incorrect.
No, don't. But Chris is right. Don't feel forced to talk about it if you don't want to. Yeah.
Don't worry. It's just slight face of of Samira. Slight scrunching of the nose.
Okay.
Fair enough.
Drinks.
Well, let's head for drinks then.
Don't feel forced to not ask me about it, just so you know.
We don't.
Okay.
I'm operating under the assumption that if you're interested in sharing, you will share.
Exactly.
And if you're not, you will not.
Silent inward screaming.
So, yeah, and you might well do. I relish the thought of Shinny inwardly screaming.
No.
Because we refuse to share information.
I will stop giving you any info, I swear.
As we're starting to, I assume, finish up the cold cuts I had on before we leave, Samira will just point out, just speak up again, since you mentioned Tiffany, are we doing the father thing sometime?
I guess we should while we're in town.
That's a your guys' choice, really.
You don't wanna?
I don't really think I have much to contribute.
Okay.
Well, you're pretty good at asking direct questions,
Yeah.
so if you can help us brainstorm, that would be great.
I'm happy to help. I'm happy to be the person asking the questions if you want me to be.
That's fine.
I'm just not sure
we can...
what you... I think it would probably help if we had a conversation about what you're trying to achieve by talking to him in the first place, because that's where I'm a little bit woolly. What are we trying to achieve by talking to him?
Well, first of all, I'd like to talk about like the traveling of and stuff of the artifacts, like if we can gain something more there.
Traveling of the artifacts, what do you mean?
Well, the traveling we're gonna do after we got the artifact, and...
Do you mean between the inner and the outer world?
Yes, like,
So you want to know how the artifacts relate, because keep in mind, specific questions are what we need.
Yes, perhaps if anyone that has the 4 artifacts can use them, or if we need specific training for it. That's a good question, right?
I think it might be better to ask how the 4 artifacts allow the travel and get the direct
okay.
answer in that regard. How you could simply say, what are the 4 artifacts for purpose-wise?
Okay, that could be a bit
That's loose, but
large. Yeah. Purpose is relevant.
Or,
Like,
or you,
depending
you,
on-
you could prefix it with,
I
we
have,
understand the 4 artifacts are about
I have a question for
enabling
you,
travel.
Lena.
Mhm.
When they do suggest a vague question like that, are you showing any kind of reaction? Worry?
Slightly, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that seems a bit too vague. Like,
Well, this is why we
purpose
need
can
to...
depend on person to person. Like, that's very open-ended.
Yeah, and this is why we need to sit and talk about them,
Yeah,
ultimately.
exactly. So
it's more
I
about
think-
what you
yeah.
guys are trying to discover from these questions. So if the
Oh.
artifact's purpose is one of the things you want to discover, we need to come up with a set of specific questions.
Yeah, I
for
think
us.
the artifacts, the trials that will come afterwards is important to me too. I don't exactly
We
know what I want
about
to
the
ask,
trials.
the
What
trials,
are the...
but they are more personal, right? So it
Yeah.
doesn't probably.
They are, but there are we know there are 10 of them.
Mhm.
And we know that there is 12 steps.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and we know that the keys, quote unquote, can be anything. Don't have to be objects. Can be anything.
Mm-hmm.
But they
Um,
also are trials, so that's confusing.
Yes.
I'd like to narrow that down somehow.
What I wonder is if they all have to be done in succession.
That's a good
Like,
question too.
I
Yeah.
want to know, if you fail a trial, can you attempt to repeat it?
Ooh, that's a good question.
Because St. Hildegard seemed to give up at that point, but that could
Mhm.
have been a personal choice.
Mm-hmm.
That might not necessarily have been a requirement. Or it might have been. If you fail a trial, that's it. You're done.
I'm
in which
also
case,
Yeah.
we then know we need to be super fucking prepared before we even remotely begin to consider the trials.
Yeah, I'm also interested to know who the person was that helped Hildegard travel.
That's a specific question.
Because, yeah, that's a very specific question, because they're perhaps connected to the woman with the flaming hair. And who is that? Because that person is connected with the guy in the armor that is potentially the mental power. It's very convoluted, and I need more answers there. Cassius, do you have anything that you want to go into?
I mean,
should we do this? Should we do this back in the room where we have a scroll and quill?
Well, we should.
I
definitely
assume
also
we're
not.
not. I assume we're still in the room.
Yeah,
because
you guys didn't
Yeah,
leave.
we never left.
We
didn't
stopped,
leave,
yeah.
Sorry, I thought we were like walking to meet Layla.
No, we have food that we need to finish off still.
It's okay. Like, who was the person that helped Hildegard with trials? I also want to know who's the person, the one floating in the water.
How do you communicate who someone is? Explain to me who Samira is.
Okay, what's the name then?
Yes, you need to be very specific about the questions. Otherwise, you are going to get
Samira being like
presumably-
enthusiastic as like agreement.
Otherwise, how would you explain who someone is?
True.
You might find out their name is so and so. Do they have any titles such as the Mantle of Life? Yes, they are the Mantle of Pain, or whatever it is. What is the scope of the Mantle of Pain? You might then just get a whole bunch of pain.
I think I can guess the scope of the mental pain.
Yeah, but you need to direct one very specific question after another. And those questions may need to change during the questioning, because you may get information you're not aware of. That's the point, isn't it? To get information we're not aware of. So we just need to be very careful about the questions that we do ask, I think.
Anything else, Cassius? Like specific questions we can pin down later on, but
I don't know what to,
topics.
exactly. I don't know exactly how to specify, but
general topics. What do you want to know about? Samira said she wants to know about the artifacts in St. Hildegard and who the
artifacts
was.
and the trial/keys, as well as St. Hildegard. That's my that's the first three.
Want to know about the Mantle of Power, and
what do you want to know about the Mantle of Power?
What I want to know if this is not the specific question yet, but so I made this deal, right?
Which one? With the Mantle of Power? With Yes?
With the Mantle of Power.
With the Mantle of Power.
So, I need to find a way to both follow this deal, but then also, I don't think this is someone that should resume what they were doing. There's a reason why they are contained. So, possibly find a way to take away this power from him after he's released or before, because that's not part of the deal. The deal is to release him.
The deal is to release him, but not necessarily with the power he has.
Exactly.
Yeah. Is there a way to contain his power or transfer it to someone else or somewhere else before releasing him?
Yeah,
exactly.
Make a new mantle beforehand.
Or
you can't make a new
ground
mantle.
It. Well, he made himself a mantle, so.
Nice.
Which is why he is where he is.
Exactly, but maybe not make a new one, but
I do know you cannot
replace him.
You cannot replace him.
I don't say
replace. The only thing you can do is enter into a deal where he transfers his power to you on the condition you fulfill the duties of that mantle. You cannot usurp him, if you like. You can't take the power from him. Presumably the father could transfer the power from him, because I'm guessing he's above him in power.
Yeah, that's
hierarchy.
That's a route. Yeah. If there's ways that if it's possible at all, then we can narrow down.
I would start with is it possible to strip the Mantle of Power of his power by transferring it to someone else or something else?
Or just
if it's possible to strip.
Because it's possible you might be able to contain it in something and then seal that away instead of a person, because that seems kind of cruel to me. If you don't have to seal him away, if you can strip the power out and seal that away, then better to do that.
Yeah, that's a start.
So the girl in the water and the Mantle of Power, those are the two topics of interest to you.
Primarily.
What's your interest in the girl in the water, other than the fact that she's
connected? Like, that's the thing I'm interested in. She seems to be connected to people and spirits.
Just lots of people, or
important people and spirits.
Specifically to the Mantle of Power.
Okay. So you want to know what the connection is between her and the Mantle of Power?
Yeah, exactly.
How are they connected?
Yeah.
Assuming he even answers any of our questions.
Yeah, and what she's doing floating in the water, maybe that too.
work. Yeah, those are the for me, the mental power is the most pertinent topic. With the sun, I have enough information to go on for now. And
yeah, I'll have to think more on what exactly I want to know, but I'm interested in asking some question about my patron specifically as well. But yeah, I have to think on that. So.
I'll give it some thought in the meantime. But we should do it while we're in the city. Well, let's see.
Well, are we gonna return after? Like, it's
Otherwise,
time crunchy.
Otherwise, we'll find a way. I'm
Yeah.
not so.
The temples to the father are around, not just here. So
Yeah, I mean, even if we, even after the ritual, we aren't gonna be gone from here forever. I mean, we have a business started here.
yeah,
So, you know.
exactly. Yeah, I mean, we're gonna be back and forth anyway. It sounds like we're gonna be back and forth between here and Taria, perhaps.
Yeah, and I'd rather be prepared for questions than go in willy-nilly without, because we're in a rush.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
Exactly.
This isn't something we rush.
But it's good that we start to think actually on this shit.
Yeah.
Let's get a drink.
Drink
sounds great.
Yeah, I need a drink.
What are your guys' passive perceptions again? Remind me.
12.
16 at the moment.
Okay.
12.
I would point out you noticed that Vieira hasn't eaten anything.
Oh.
Me too, or just him?
I don't know if 12 is good enough to pick up on that, because Vieira doesn't generally eat a lot anyway.
I would say that Samira would have advantage on this because she's the mother of the trio.
When it comes to eating enough, then it's like triple advantage.
Yeah. So easily she would...
Automatic success, always.
Yeah, fair enough.
As I start to pack up some of the bread, I notice a disparity in. You okay?
I'm good.
You're hungry?
No. I've switched to eating berries for a few days.
Why?
Exactly, why?
Convenience? More than anything.
You were up and around the city today in general. Why? What is the convenience? Can't be healthy.
Didn't have to think about food, did I? That was convenient.
Yeah, that's not healthy in the long term.
Well, it's good thing it's not in the long term.
Yeah, it better not be.
I've only been doing it for like 2 days.
Better not be. 2 days.
Enjoy the. You can eat enough berries when we're in the forest again. Just
2 days.
I think we're going to be in the city for quite a while, if I'm honest.
Enjoy it when it lasts.
Don't let it become a habit. Okay?
It's not a habit, definitely not.
Yeah.
Alright.
Okay.
You still want to drink though? You still want to drink?
We can go for a drink, yeah.
Perfect.
Are you
That's
paying?
all I can. Sure.
Great.
A sigh of gathering of strength. Before she follows along too.
Okay. You guys go to the tavern. There you go.
There we go.
So, as we come in, is Layla there or not?
Nope.
So I guess we just
Yeah.
get a drink, sit down.
Yep.
Yeah.
I take it we're early-ish.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, the usual crowd hasn't shown up yet, so it's a little bit early, I think. So, do you guys have any kind of idea what this ritual might entail?
No clue. What do you guys do? I don't. It's not. I don't know. You can ask him. I'm not the magic person here. Mr. Nerd over there should know something.
We're all kind of the magic people, aren't we? In different ways.
We are. I haven't the faintest. It's just channeling energy.
Alright.
No clue.
Okay. That's gonna be fun then.
I'm not the. I guess Ivahara is gonna lead us.
She's the one who's going to lead us, yeah.
We'll
She
see.
can tell us about it. Presumably they will, I don't know, presumably they will talk to us about it before we actually go to do it.
I would hope so.
Maybe we should ask.
I mean, definitely
unless
before.
unless it's like a just show up kind of thing.
Yeah, I don't know. They at least later haven't mentioned Jack Shed,
Yeah.
which is a bit worrying, but you know,
Maybe she doesn't know what it entails, and that's
which again
Avahira's
is a bit
thing.
worrying.
Or maybe she's leaving it for Avahira, who is the practice diviner.
Yeah,
So
I would assume that.
I would assume that too, yeah.
Hmm.
But we can
Yeah.
ask.
Yeah. Okay, get us a round of drinks. Also get us each a round of a shot to toast to successful whatever the fuck's gonna happen tomorrow.
Vera downs it.
Same.
Same.
As you drink, roll me all three of you a perception check. It's more to me to determine who is actually facing the door. So I'm using dice to do that. Vera?
Secret rolls.
Oh, that was a
I think it's
secret
still
roll.
secret, yeah.
Oh, it was a secret roll. Oh, wait.
It's 21.
Of course
Yikes.
it is.
Yeah, Viera, well, Cassius is close by because you're kind of sitting on the side of the table.
He's sideways, Viera's front facing, and I'm back.
Yeah, basically, yeah. You're with your back towards the door. But you two will notice that, I mean, among other people in the tavern, primarily because gnomes are not very common here. Actually, you haven't seen a single one so far. So, in comes a blonde gnome wearing these like more on the expensive side garments, and looking around and then zeroing in on you,
Lovely.
and then clapping his hand, his little face like brightening in this like smile, and him like, you know, short leg rushing over to your table.
Do we recognize him at all?
No, you don't. You have never seen him before. But clearly he recognizes you guys. And he will.
Can I check to see if it's like a, oh good, I found my targets kind of insight, or oh good, I found the people I'm looking for kind of insight?
I mean, the defined target, and yes, Roman needs a check, but
Well, target as in like, is he a bounty hunter and he's just found his prey, or is
Roll
he
me
a
inside.
is he a messenger and he's
Actually,
just
you
found
didn't
the
have to roll
people?
me because your passive insight is 20. No, he looks like he's genuinely excited to have found the people he has been looking for.
Okay.
He went from almost looking lost and maybe even slightly worried that he's in the wrong place
Mm-hmm.
to
No blade barrier in front of us. Then.
No,
Okay,
no.
Good. Yeah.
So
Here comes a friend.
he comes over, yeah. And basically the moment Vieira points it out, he's already on Samira's side, right?
Hi.
And he goes, good evening, lovely people. Nice to finally find you. I'm sorry. Let me introduce myself. Prudentio Salvito, at your service. And he does like a bow, like with flourish, which makes his head dip beneath the level of the table, by the way.
Could you put a name in chat?
Yes, I can put the name in chat.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Prudentius Salvito.
What language is he speaking in?
In
First
common.
of all, in common. Okay. Vieira nudges Cassius.
Well, hi. Nice to meet you.
Allow me. Would you mind if I would join you for a round of drinks on me, of course?
Of course. Always.
Yeah, I should have a magic awareness.
He is magical, yes. In on himself. He has like a couple of rings that ping. It's a good question. Let me just check which school there would be, because you get the school, right? Just a moment. One is transmutation, and the other one is abjuration.
Okay. So just himself and the rings are magic. Nothing else?
Nothing else.
Okay. Good to know.
Like one ring on each hand, like on the middle finger.
Middle finger rings, okay.
Yes. Mind you, those are not the only rings he's wearing. He has like an entire array of like jeweled rings.
Okay,
yeah,
that's better.
yeah.
I was like, what? That's
it's just that the
place.
middle finger rings are the magical ones, right?
He's got a fistful of rings, basically.
Yeah.
Yes. Chunky rings. Aha. Never mind. Ignore me. And as you agree to this, he will like basically wave at the barman, order whatever you were drinking already, like another round. He himself will order himself some ale, and then, as tiny as he is, he will go and get himself a little chair, like nudging it into place and then kind of climbing on top of it. It's really not made for his size. In a city where nothing is made for his size at all.
While he's grabbing that chair, can I do a detection for gnomes in the city?
Yes. He pings. Along with two more that are not in this building. Like they're in the inner city.
Close by?
No,
far
in the
away?
inner city.
Inner city,
Yes.
okay, so they're quite far. Okay. Okay.
The other two are in the same spot.
Interesting.
If you can roll me a history check quickly, Vieira.
That's like my worst roll. Hey!
It's enough, yeah. From what, like if you think about it for a moment, like putting your sense of orientation to where the pings are, it's actually an inn in the inner city.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do I remember, like, I assume inner city is upper class inn anyway,
Yeah, it's a fancy inn.
Fancy inn.
Yeah.
Which fits with his outfit.
But yeah, it fits with his outfit, yes. Again, you
Speaking of
haven't
his
seen
outfit, does he
gnomes
seem-
in the city until now. Like, this is the first time.
Yes.
Yeah,
Speaking of his outfit, it's probably gonna be a yes, but does he fashion-wise look like an out of towner?
Yes.
Okay.
It is almost a bit like Imagine the clothing a bit lighter on the materials, but pretty much like the pirate show. Damn it, the Ponzi guy who bought the ship. God damn it, my brain just stopped. The Taika Waititi show with the pirates, the gay pirates.
Okay.
And the guy who bought the ship and left his family, and my brain just stopped. Please tell me what his name is.
Yeah. I know Eddie. No, there's the other one.
Your brain also stopped.
Yeah.
Great. But like him, he is like, imagine that style of clothes.
Our flag means death.
Our flag means death. Yeah, that show.
Yeah, I know who you speak of, like Regency sort of flair.
Yes. Like, and he looks out of place.
Upper class.
Yeah, because it doesn't fit. Not even the upper class fashion of this, So he looks out of place. It looks like summer wear that would be probably normal wherever the fuck he came from, right? But considering you haven't seen gnomes around, there's a very high chance that they were not really familiar with what the local fashion is. Mind you, he doesn't look uncomfortable in it. If a tad overdressed for the temperatures, although it's already evening, so it's like already cooling down, but still, he does, to illustrate it, pull like a handkerchief out from an inner pocket and dabs his forehead. And then waits for the bartender like to bring over, more drinks. And as he is being put a tankard in front of him, and mind you, this is not a high class place. This is actually on the lower side. So the tankard is like, proper wooden tankard. So he's like, oh, how quaint. Yeah.
Okay.
But it's not, because you've been now, Samira, for you specifically, you've been now around, the upper class enough to know the difference.
Not the same, yeah.
Yeah, it's not ill will. He doesn't mean it in a bad way. It's not like judgmental. It's just fascinating. Yeah, it's like, he's not used to it. So it's not like a judgment call he's making. It's just like, all these things that I have not seen before. And like, exciting. And he's like, well, allow me, now that we're comfortable and have our drinks, to explain why I was seeking you out. I am a merchant, you see. I am from the Ish Consortium. It is weavers, alchemists, magical craftsmen, and skilled tradesmen coming together to form this Ish Consortium. It was first established, when we originally came here from the descendants, like the first maybe 1 to 2 generations. As we have spread across the lands and on the bearings, originally we kind of laid the foundations to cities, and these cities, the Ish cities. And by the way, as he talks, I want to point out that you start almost hearing the apostrophe before the Ish. Gnome-ish. So it's like, he's like slanging it and shortening it down to ish, but it's actually gnome-ish cities, right? Anyway, the consortium started out as a merchant organization, but most of its members were even weavers or alchemists. And then, in time, the need for magical training in the Ish cities led to the Ish Consortium officially becoming a mage order, and it recently began to spread its influence beyond the Ish cities to the remaining nations of the urban lands. But as I said, they are, however, primarily established in the Ish cities across the urban lands. I specifically am from the capital city of Pons, the protectorate of Pons, Hadrialar. You get there. How to put this in perspective? You know the town of Totter, the northwestern island of Ohia. So if you take a ship from Totter to Matranum, and then either travel along the coast of Vincania to the east, or you also can take a ship along the coast to the east. and then curve around Goveris, at which point you can join the caravans going from the Kingdom of Bless, or to the Kingdom of Bless. Pardon me. And further north to the Garen Union, you would have to go through Ponce. And this is where I'm from, specifically. But the Ish Consortium in general is further spread apart than just Ponce, naturally. Our members are divided into 3 groups, just so you know, known better as rings. The outer ring consists primarily of associates such as non-magical tradesmen and craftsmen, and the inner ring has the weavers and alchemists, and he kind of points towards himself. And the core ring is where the ruling council sits, the 9 phases of Ish. Each ring represents the order of importance. Of course, he kind of puffs his chest out a bit. It offers a clear distinctions of castes evident in the consortium. It also makes things much, much, much easier to organize. Yes. Well, either way, the consortium is, to give you a bit more perspective, is one of the more non-traditional mage orders, as its focus more heavily leans, towards mercantilism and purely scientific pursuits and philosophies. Well, especially the rise of spiritual alchemy and mystery is largely credited to the efforts of the consortium, and he looks very proud of that, who helped spread interest and methods and teachings of it to the most to most civilized lands, because that's where the interests are. And after the original animistic revolution, it paved the way for advancement of modern philosophical sciences and alchemical technology. And to be more precise, because I can see that you're not familiar with this kind of magical school, mage members of the consortium study and practice in the fields of practical spiritism and experiment in ways of implementing the energies latent in the world, often for the use of magitech or magical apparati, I believe. He pauses. You can see he might have now used a foreign word that he doesn't quite understand, or hasn't translated it correctly into common. Because he does have an accent, by the way. The best analogy would be he has a slight Italian accent, if you will. Would be the comparison for English, right? Well, either way, it's the distilling and extraction of energy, which has led to many breakthroughs in crafting. And the consortium in the urban lands is considered to be the leading mage order in this regard, and the order also invests heavily in studies of healing and medical science and reanimation. But either way, with the consortium is presented as a mage order, and its teachings are largely focused on alchemical pursuits, and thus its members are primarily alchemists, like I am one. You wonder probably what I want from you. And he kind of claps his hands together, smiles very happily.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, go on.
Well, I, as a representative of the Ish Consortium, are very much interested in the map. He's still
What
smiling.
Map?
The map.
Right.
That you have purchased recently for a lot of money.
Yes, go on.
Because, as far as we know, it shows the ley lines of the inner world, which is of enormous value to our organization.
How enormous are we talking?
I mean, we are at least interested in paying you what you have paid and then some.
For the map itself or for a look?
For the map itself, of course.
So that's your preferred option here?
Yes. He's still happily smiling.
Well, thank you for coming and telling about the Ish Consortium. Very interesting. I'm a little bit of an alchemist dabbler myself, apprentice, not practicing so much. So So definitely interesting. To come to the point though, the map, we're currently not interested in selling it. It's part of a private collection.
I see. And his enthusiasm is not wavering. It's like almost like he counted on this. You see, Cassius, most of you, of the three of you, you have seen experienced merchants. They're not easily, thrown. If one variant doesn't go, they go for the next one. And sure enough, he goes like, well, then the next thing that we would be interested in, if you may, because the map is in your possession, we would be interested in paying you to draw us a layout of all the leylands. Of course, that would come with significantly less resources because it would not be the original, and we would have to trust that you have done a good enough job, and I'm sure you will. But yeah, we would be interested in the layout of the leylands because, as I said, this is kind of the thing that we deal with, and it greatly helps us in our work.
That seems to be more up to what we can indulge in. Well, how long are you and your consortium staying in the city?
Well, we have been quite on the journey here to reach the auction, but we were unfortunately not invited because we were not quite prepared to extend significant offers to the hosts. We were not prepared for that. So we are scientists, we're not spies, so information sometimes is a bit difficult, and we come from far away. But it is a lovely city, and we are looking also into expanding our business into Bohemian territory since we're already here. So we will be here for a while.
Well, I'll give you some information for free. I recommend speaking to the hosts before you attempt to expand your territory.
Oh, I see. Aha. Well, that is an excellent advice. Thank you very much, young lady.
Well,
but would you be interested in this kind of offer?
Well, regarding your inquiry, I think we have a bit of an interest here, but we should first speak amongst us for ourselves. But since you are in town anyways, we would contact you.
But of course, he reaches into a pocket and pulls out a card. I've heard that these are very popular among Hohians. And he looks at it. I have pressed them and printed them very recently. They're still fresh. He's in awe of this piece of paper. It's like, oh, what the concept, right? And hands it to Samira because she looks like an Aasimar, right? You get an accidental racist vibe of well, most of the people are Aasimar here. You look like an Aasimar.
You must be in charge.
You must be the person who's interested in order.
Yeah. So he gives you the card, right? You can find me, and by the way, it's his name and then the name of the inn where he is at the moment, right? And but also comma of the Ish consortium, right? And actually, now you can actually confirm it. There's an apostrophe before the Ish.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you for giving us your contact information, and thank you very much for the drinks. We will be in touch.
Definitely, we will be.
He pauses because he has barely touched his ale. You see, he's kind of a bit lost as was to. Very well. I shall take my drink to the bar. Yes, to the bar. And he picks it up, then looks down the chair, then puts it back down, then slides off the chair as gracefully as he can, and then reaches up like a child, right? Up to pick up his mug, and then walks over to the bar. And yeah. And then you can hear him in the background, talking to the bartenders, asking about things in the bar. He's oh, how quaint, how excellent. Oh, this is lovely.
God, yeah. Yeah, this is for...
Actually, look at the others, look at the gnomes, It's a bemused smile, basically.
Disregarding all of, and I wave, just look at the general mess that's going on there. Disregarding all that, it's not too much of an ask. I'm interested. Just a drawing.
If it's just a drawing, I mean,
Yeah.
see any harm in it?
I mean, we could. Yeah.
It's not too much of an ask, provided we are the ones doing the drawing.
Yes.
How good are your copying skills?
I mean, we've got ourselves a prodigious map. We copy already.
I can certainly take a crack at it.
Yeah.
It's been a while since I used that specific skill. But, sure. I mean...
I think, yeah, it's... I'd like to, it would... Yeah, I don't know how much they would pay, but it's something. Plus, it doesn't sound like it would hurt. Plus, they're making connections here, so that's another semi-friendly connection.
Don't have any general objections to it.
I mean, they seem to be an interesting consortium we could associate ourselves with in the future.
I mean, if it doesn't risk the Gorgon's eye.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, I mean, they would have to get that in order first, but...
There are other guilds and trade organizations in the city. The Gorgons are not the only ones. It's like the Gorgons have the majority of the hold on the illegal side.
Yeah.
And it's
But
also mostly on this side of the town, right?
Yeah.
Still, they should talk with them.
Which is the side of the town we're opening a shop in.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. As long as we're the ones doing the drawing, I don't see the problem.
Yeah, I think that, I don't know if we want to do this, when we want to do this, but,
Oh, it's probably going to take you a while. It's not a small piece of paper.
It isn't.
Nope. But it's only
We should ask also about...
It's only the inner city they wanted, right? The inner world, right?
They wanted all, the tracings of the ley lines.
For the inner world.
Inner world?
You did say inner world, yeah.
I also said, sorry, Steed Bonnet. Thank you. I remembered it finally.
Yes, with an S. Yeah, that's what it
Steed.
was. I thought Steven, but no.
No, it's Steed. Steed. Yeah, Steed Bonnet.
Yep.
Yeah, that.
Yeah, because I know
imagine a gnomish version of that.
Yeah. And the other one is Edward. That's why it was a name.
Yeah. Sorry. Please go on.
So, if I remember correctly, he said inner world, right?
Which implies he knows that there's an outer world.
Everyone knows that.
Of course, everyone knows that.
They traced our lines back to their first appearance here in this world, so...
Yeah, I mean, it would be a pretty quick part then, with just the tracing of the inner world, so we could maybe do that tomorrow. Or you could maybe do it tomorrow if Layla doesn't appear in the morning.
Yeah, I don't think we should make a promise on when it's finished.
No,
I think we should just ask for the offer. Because we didn't even ask.
Yeah, tomorrow we can send let them wait a bit. Send a message.
Yeah, of course.
For an offer.
As he's fully aware, to make sure that the map is as accurate as possible, that may take some time. To arrange for someone to provide those services.
Exactly.
And if they think they're getting what they want, then he'll probably stick around. Like he said, he's been traveling a while. He'll stick around a long time.
Plus, they're going to try to settle roots a bit, so, makes sense. So we're not necessarily in a rush, so that's good.
No, but I think it's a fine idea. So.
But on that note, leaving it with the thoughts of your notoriety apparently increasing more and more, you drawing attention of various people you haven't even known about until now. Who knows who else is looking, but it gives you a good sense of the increasing scale of what you got yourself into. And with that, we're calling it for tonight.
Yeah. All right.
Dun 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 dun.
Dun dun dun, not a cliffhanger, but good enough. So yeah.
It's not ominous at all. You scope. What you got yourself into. All right.